Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the 64th Canadian Powered Toboggan Championships here at the Co-op Community Complex. We are on to race number 1 here for the day of a total of 54 races. We have a Snowcross demonstration for you and all kinds of other great stuff happening here at this great facility. Race number 1 will be Relic Mod Super Stock 300 fan cooled and free air. This is a combo race. The final is 3 laps here. The 69 will be Colin Demianic out of Winnipeg. The 13 is Kieran Lowen, also from Winnipeg. From St. Anne, the 57 is Ken Bruce. The 24 is Dave Penner. Dave is out of Morris, Manitoba, on a 71 Skidoo. The 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. 42 is David Onofrychuk from Sandy Hook. And the 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. 71 Arctic Cat. Tension in the pin area. Next up, Junior 2 and Junior 1 stock fan. You should be in staging, followed by race 3. Super Mod 340 Liquid and Super Stock 440 Liquid Combo Classic. Don't forget, 50/50 tickets will be available throughout the facility today. You can get them from our 50/50 ticket sellers or over at the Moose Den, which is our beer garden. Troubles for the number 69 of Colin Demianic, who rolls off to the side of the racetrack before the green flag drops. Relic Mod Super Stock 300 fan cooled and free air combo race for 3 laps. And here we go, getting ready to go. 13 in the 179 with the best start, and it looks like the 13 with the whole shot. Kieran Lowen on the Yamaha. As Colin Demianic on the 69 looks on. Nice day here in Beausejour, above freezing. Racetrack should be in good shape here for the day. A total of 54 races, as we talked about before. 4 of those will be Snowcross races during intermission. '57X is in a hurry. That's Ken Bruce moving into the second spot. He is out of St. Anne on a 1971 Yamaha. Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg is the number 13. That is a 1971 Yamaha. White flag for the number 13. 1 to go. Here's the race for second and third. 57X Ken Bruce battling with the 179 of Jason Mackey. There's the number 24. Dave Penner out of Morris. The 42 is David Onofrychuk out of Sandy Hook on a 79 Yamaha. We got someone in the bales in turn number 4. Looks like a snow jet maybe over there. Well, that'll be likely the 13 of Kieran Lowen because the 57X of Ken Bruce takes checkers, followed by the 179 of Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. So we have lost our leader, apparently. Jonathan Hall was on another number 13. There are 2 number 13s in this race. John Hall out of Beausejour on a 71 Snowjet. Kieran Lowen on a 71 Yamaha. And yeah, unlucky 13s over there. 2 of them, both number 13s for sure now. Kieran Lowen and John Hall both collected in turn number 4. 13 Kieran Lowen on the Yamaha was the race leader up until the last lap. But the 57X Ken Bruce out of St. Anne takes the unofficial win as our safety crew gets to work for Westside Power Sports. Just a reminder about our 50/50 raffle. All proceeds go towards the maintenance and development of the facility, as well as local sports teams that help during the races. The draw is March 8th, 2025 at 6:05 p.m. And that is, of course, tonight at 6:05. And you can get tickets in the grandstands or at the Moose Den or online. There is a QR code located on some papers or sheets throughout the facility. You can scan the QR code and get a link to buy 50/50 tickets there as well. Current pot is $6,750. Winner gets half. So we're going to probably get to, for sure, $3,500 to give away, probably a lot more. But the current overall pot, $6,750. All right, we're going to come back in just a minute. We have a few scratches to catch up with, and I'll come back just as soon as you get that done. Well, the 13 Kieran Lowen heading off turn 1 and 2 into the pit area after leading that 3-lap race for, well, almost all of it. Just needed to make one more corner and the checkered flag and would have won, but the 57X Ken Bruce picks up the win. Well, the plan here this morning, for those of you that are here with us, we will run about 10, 11 races, go to a Cubex intermission break, then run another 10 or so races, and then we'll have our opening ceremonies with our vintage sleds. That should happen around noon or so, depending on track conditions and, of course, accidents and cleanup. So we will run a total of 20 races here in this first part of the program, then opening ceremonies, then come back with race 21 after opening ceremonies, and that will be the Pro Champs, round 1, heat 1 in the 440 Pro Champs. That is our championship class here today for the 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Race 2 coming up, Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. The 22 is Miles Manchelenko. The 80 is Colby Pazernik out of Balmoral. And riding the 62 is Regan Cassidy from St. Genevieve. Now in the back row, we have one lone competitor, Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 for 10 to 12-year-olds. The 19 is Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. So 2 races in one here on the front row, Junior 2 Stock Fan for older riders and Junior 1 in the back row. Attention in the pit area. Next up, Supermod 340 Liquid Super Stock 440 Liquid Combo Classic. Then the Sportsman 600s for race number 4. So those are the next 2 races on deck, so please be ready in the staging area. Colby Pazernik on the number 80 is leading this one with the 62 of Regan Cassidy second. Third in Junior 2 Stock Fan, Miles Manchelenko at 62 miles an hour for the leader here. And there's a good race going on now on the back straightaway into turn 3 between the 80 and the 62. That is the race for the lead. Side by side into turn number 1 now. Regan Cassidy stays on the outside. The number 80, Colby Pazernik out of Balmoral, Manitoba, trying desperately to hold on to that lead as they come around now out of turn 4 to collect the white flag, indicating one more lap to go in this 4-lap race. 3 down and 1 to go in a great race here. Regan Cassidy on the outside gets a little high, and that opens the door for the number 80 of Colby Pazernik. Oh, heads up. 62 getting sideways and around. That'll open the door for the number 80. Colby Pazernik will take the win. What a great race that was. The 62 will recover. Finish third. The 22 moves into second. That's Miles Manchelenko. And winning Junior 1 stock fan, the lone rider, Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River, Wisconsin on the 19Z. Or Zed, if you reside in Canada. The Zed sled. Here we go. Race number 3, Supermod 340 Liquid. Super Stock 440 Liquid Combo Classic coming up. And on an 81 Kawasaki, the 223 is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. Riding the 65, this is a 1977 motoski. The rider is Norm Chura. The 481 is Lucas Nast. The 165 is Justin Habing from Duggold. 13 is Kieran Lowen, and the 140 is Richard Strand. Richard is out of Ironwood, Michigan on a 77 Polaris. Nice looking TX 440. On the outside, Richard Strand out of Ironwood, Michigan. Great start for the 481. Lucas Nast has been so fast off the starting line this whole weekend, and he does it again. Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont. That is a 1974 Skidoo showing the way. Norm Chura in the second spot. Adam Braun on the 1981 Kawasaki. Adam is number 223 in the third spot. Leader at 86 miles per hour on the last lap. Lucas Nast with a big lead over Chura. And the 223 of Adam Braun. 13 is Kieran Lowen in the fourth spot. Kieran is on a 1980 Yamaha. Lucas Nast still showing the way. Chura giving chase on the motoski, but to no avail. Justin Habing is on the 165 out of Duggold. He is currently fifth on his 1976 Polaris. White flag for Lucas Nast out of Vermont, who is absolutely flying. Well, we've got a hood in turn 3, and it belongs to Norm Chura. Checkered flag is out for the 481 Lucas Nast. Second spot, the hoodless number 65, followed by the 223. Chura and Braun. 13 of Lowen. Justin Habing coming across in 5th unofficially on the 165. There's a 140 for 6, Richard Strand. 481, Lucas Nast with a safety lap. But no question about that one. Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont, takes that 74 Skidoo to a convincing victory in race number 3. All right, understand, with Chura losing that hood, black flag came out for the moto ski rider, number 65 out of Enola, as we get set to go with race 4 in the Sportsman 600 class. This will be round 1 for 5 laps, and I'll bring you the lineup momentarily. Just want to remind everybody, 50-50 tickets are for sale throughout the grandstand, throughout the facility, and of course at the beer garden, which is now known as the Moose Den. All right, race 4, Sportsman 600, round 1. The 13 is John Hall out of Beausejour. We understand the 179 of Jason Mackey has pulled away or pulled off. The 23 is Will Manchelenko. The 29, Brad Harrison. Driving the 88 is Curtis Cam out of Oxdrift. The 16 is DJ Saluk. The 14 is Caden Temple. And the 08 is Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden. There's the 08 of Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden on the outside. Getting set to go racing. Race 4 on the day. Great start for the 29 of Brad Harrison out of Enola on the 2000 Polaris. They are getting at it early here in race 4. In the Sportsman 600 class, flying into turn number 3 now. '88, 16, and 29 in the top 3. Curtis Cam, of course, on the 88. DJ Saluk is out of Beausejour. He is on the 16. 29, Brad Harrison is out of Enola. 93 miles per hour on the previous lap. 88 continues to lead. Here comes the number 13. That is John Hall out of Beausejour in a big hurry here. He is in the top 5. 95 miles per hour on that lap. Looks like we've got a sled coming to a stop on the inside of the back chute. But we remain green. The 88 of Curtis Cam continues to lead. 13, John Hall. The 29 of Harrison. 23 of Will Manchelenko, 4th. Do you have a low caution on the racetrack? One to go for the number 88 of Curtis Cam. Ooh, troubles. That is the number 16 of DJ Saluk out of Beausejour on the Polaris. He rolls to a stop on the inside of the front chute. A tough break for DJ Saluk. Your winner is going to be the 88 of Curtis Cam out of Ontario. 13 second, John Hall out of Beausejour. 29, Brad Harrison, the 23 of Manchelenko. And the 08 of Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden out of 2000 Polaris. That'll do it for Sportsman 600 and race 4. Coming up next, race 5, Junior 2 F500 for 14 to 17-year-olds. It will be combined with Junior 1 F500 for 10 to 13-year-olds. So a front row, back row situation coming up for race 5 here at the 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Don't forget, following the races tonight, after race 54, we go over to the community hall, which is just over to our left behind the grandstands. And of course, they have a wonderful dinner over there and an awards ceremony. Always a great way to wind up the weekend. So please join us. Tickets are available to the public at the door. 50-50 draw going on here today. Beer garden remains open. That is the Moose Den, serving Moosehead and Twisted Tea products. And of course, our delicious concession area open all day. Hey, Anthony, you getting some of that poutine today, you think?
No, I did it yesterday.
You did it yesterday, okay. Today's burgers for you. Good call, good call. Everything's good down there. You got to try it. DJ Saluk on the number 16. Heading back to the pit area now as we send our next flight of racers for competition number 5 here. Junior 2 F500 for 14 to 17-year-olds. And here's how they line up on the front row for 5 laps. The 626 is Wayland Corpita. 25 is Xavier Kanseruk out of Dryden. The 60 is Braxton Cassidy. The 44 is Marley Peterson. Aboard the 213 is Connor McRobert. 24 is Brody Bartonen out of Michigan. And the 79 is Maverick Palubiski-Yonen out of Killaloe, Ontario on a 1989 Polaris. Back row, Junior 1 F500. The 19 is Lucas Zadroik. The 80, Colby Pazernik. And the 99X is Mika Palubiski-Yonen out of Ontario. Marley Peterson on the 44 and the 24 of Brody Bartonen out of Champion, Michigan, both with really strong starts as they head on down the back straightaway. Both races, they are combined, of course, and they are away from the start line. Junior 2 F500 for 14 to 17-year-olds and Junior 1 F500 for 10 to 13-year-olds. 79X of Maverick Palubiski-Yonen out of Killaloe is your current leader here in the Junior 2 F500 class. 81 miles per hour. Great racing up front, the 79 and the 24 getting at it. Third spot is Wayland Corpita. He is on the 626 out of Wausau, Wisconsin. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Still the 79 and the 24 battle. Third is the 213. That is Connor McRobert out of Sturgeon Falls, Ontario in the third position. 79, 24, and 213 in the top 3 here. And white flag coming out this time around. 4 down, 1 to go. .626 fourth, Wayland Corpita. And the 24 is going to pick off the 79. 213 is third, Connor McRobert. Good finish there in the Junior 2 F500 class for 14 to 17-year-olds. That was round 1 for 5 laps. Checkered flag is out on race number 5. 44 of Marley Peterson finishing up. Marley in the Junior 2 F500 class. As we get set to bring you even more racing here today. All right, race number 6 coming up. This is an overall weekend point series in the IFS 440X class, part of the Jerry Bunke Cup. This is round 3. We ran 2 rounds yesterday and 2 today. This is round 3 of 4. And of course, Jerry Bunke was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 70s. He tragically lost his life in a racing accident in Beausejour in 1978. So this race created in his memory. And here come your competitors. The 80 is going to be Joe Presta, 481 Lucas Nast out of Vermont. 79 is Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. 223 is Adam Braun. The 65 is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. The 481 is Calvin Cook from Dayton, Minnesota. And the 35 should be Dylan Barron from Enola. Once again, a great start for the 481 of Lucas Nast. As they get into turn 1 and 2, they are going hard here. Some of our sponsors here: First Street Auto, True Root Agricultural Contracting, Sport Parts Incorporated, DeRoe Farms in Swan Lake, Westside Power Sports, Springfield Chiropractic, Al Meisner Limited, Ramtech Industrial, Pemina Performance, PJ Materick, and Canadian Mechanical Specialty. And do we have a race up front? And they are traveling up front at 94 miles per hour right now. Joel Presta leading the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette, the 481. Lucas Nast in the 3rd spot. Brought to you in part here by Pemina Power Performance. Race 6, IFS 440X, Jerry Bunke Cup. Troubles for the 481 of Lucas Nast out of Vermont. Stops on the inside before the entrance of turn 1 here. Joe Presta with a sizable lead over Sabrina Blanchette. There are 2 481s in this race. Lucas Nast out of Vermont, Calvin Cook out of Dayton on the Skidoo. Checkered flag, Joe Presta will take that one. 79 Sabrina Blanchette, 35 Dylan Barron. All right, now looking at this again, that looks like an Arctic Cat. So that Arctic Cat, Lucas Nast, the 481, the Skidoo, is Calvin Cook. All right, so we've got the 481, who we thought was Lucas Nast, but Nast is on an Arctic Cat. This is a Skidoo, 74 Skidoo, Calvin Cook. There are 7 competitors in there, Anthony, and 2 of them have number 481. Makes you go, huh? Race 7 coming up. Junior 2 Sprint 600 and combined with Junior 1 Sprint 380. So in the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class for 15 to 17-year-olds, the 24 is Brody Barton and the 626 is Waylon Corpita. The 29 is Oliver Davis, and we understand the 213 of Connor McRobert did not show up at the line. In the back row, Junior 1 Sprint 380. The 19 is Lucas Sedroik, the 62 is Regan Cassidy, and the 15 is Jack Stasko from Cicero, New York, on a wall chassis. All right, looking for the front row and back rows to get ready here. Don't forget the back row is the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. Good start for Brody Barton out of Champion, Michigan on the 24. As they race down the back chute. The Junior 1 Sprint 380 class is away as well here. As we head into turn 3 and 4 on the big half mile here at the 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Oliver Davis leading Brody Barton, and in the other class, Junior 1 Sprint, looks like the 15 Jack Stasko out of Cicero, New York, having a good ride up front. .626, Waylon Corpito moves up to the second spot. We are racing here in race number 7. 19 is Lucas Zdroik. 62, Regan Cassidy. They're in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. Oliver Davis continues to lead with Corpita in second. And the 15 leading the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. This one scheduled for 5 laps. White flag is out. Currently third in Junior 2 Sprint 600 is Brody Barton. Your leader, well in front. Your winner, Oliver Davis, on the 29. 626 in the second spot, the 24 third. That is Brody Barton. It looks like the 15 Jack Stasko will unofficially win the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. Next up, race 8, Super Stock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan combo. Scratch the number 12 of Alex Braun out of Altona. And here's how they line up. The 31 is Dwayne Lassen out of Creighton, Saskatchewan. The 14 is Alex Manchelenko. The 29 is Corey Johnson. The 165 is Justin Habing. Habing is out of Dugald, Manitoba. The 78 is Mike Klassen. The 223, Adam Braun. The 84 is Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. Riding the 580 is Joey Friesen from Altona. That is a 1980 Yamaha. And out of Mackinac, North Dakota, on a 1976 Mercury, the 15 is Sheldon Carlson. Sheldon Carlson on the 15 here in race number 8. Good field here for race number 8 as we get set to go. Look Looks like we've got a pair of jumpers, maybe just one. And off they go to the row of shame in the second row. All right, green flag getting ready to come out here. Riley Baker is our head flagman, and he's got the green out. Here we go. Corey Johnson of the 165 of Justin Habing with a good start. Couple of 76 Polarises doing some damage. Wow, getting pretty tight in turn 4. .84 miles per hour on the previous circuit. .84, Chad Bartok in the lead. 15 is second, that's Sheldon Carlson. 223, third, Adam Braun currently. This is Super Stock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan, all combined. This is their final here today for 5 laps. Chad Bartok still leading. Looks like the 223 of Adam Braun putting pressure on the number 15 now. That's Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac. So Adam Braun moves his 1980 Kawasaki into the second spot, dropping the 15 of Sheldon Carlson to third. Carlson on a 76 Mercury. Bartok taking the white flag. Alex Manchelenko in fourth. 165 Justin Habing out of Dugald fifth. And your unofficial winner, the 84 Chad Bartok on the Arctic Cat. 223 Adam Braun out of Winnipeg is second. Sheldon Carlson. And the 14 of Alex Manchelenko and the 165 of Habing in the top 5 unofficially. Dwayne Lassen on the 31 and the 78 of Mike Klassen out of Altona across the line. As we get set for race number 9, Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 Final. This one will be 4 laps. Two more races here before a grooming break, brought to you by Cubex. 4 competitors scheduled for this one for 4 laps in the Women's F500 Final, sponsored by Black Cat Wear Parts. The 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. Also from the same town is the 44, Marley Peterson. The 113 is going to be Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. And the 757 is Hannah Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on an 89 Polaris. Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 Final. 4 times around. Here we go. Uh-oh. We got a rider into the bales. Rider is okay, however, walking around just straight into the bales. That was the 757 of Hannah Cook out of Dayton. So we'll get things slowed down. We'll look at our cooldown.tv replay. Into turn one they go. I think Hannah Cook went into the bales by herself. The thing kind of went straight on her. So not sure if she hit a rut or something in the steering went wrong over there. We'll try to get your report, but great camera work as usual from our great crew at cooldown.tv. Chris and Anthony and the crew do a great job here throughout the day. And our safety crew going to work over in turn 1 and 2. There's the recovery sled. Now's a great time to thank some of our sponsors here. FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, along with Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead and Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, White Chuck Carpentry, Ron's Marine, Century 21 Sun Country, Lanson Pools, Oakbank Hearing Center, Westside Power Sports, Fort Garry Industries, Quebex, Al Meisner Limited, the RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour for all their help in the 64th running of the FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Just hearing on the radio that the 757 of Hannah Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota is not expected back for this one. There are over 4,000 hay bales located around this big half mile, and hats off to all the volunteers that worked so hard to get this place in shape for our December and our big March race. Want to thank all of the fans here today for coming out and supporting, and everybody in cooldown.tv land on the internet. How are we doing for viewership there? We're doing pretty good. Yesterday was real strong. Where did you say we had somebody from? We've had Australia, the US, Mexico. Pretty cool. Sweden before, yep, that's right. Great way to get the message out, cooldown.tv. Okay, there's the 434. That is Miranda Peterson. The 44, Marley Peterson. Both from Lancaster, Minnesota. And the 113H, Hannah Westland. Hannah is out of Strathcona, Minnesota on a 92 Polaris. She is 113H. Riley looks them over and waves the green flag. Here we go. Oh, the 757 is back. Good to see Hannah Cook back in the race here. Good way to shake off the cobwebs. Side by side into turn 3 and 4. We've got a good race here in Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 action. Hannah Westland leads Miranda Peterson. Marley Peterson third. Hannah Cook on the 757 fourth. $79 miles per hour. White flag coming out this time around. Hannah Westland showing the way, the 434 Miranda Peterson second, the 757 Hannah Cook moving up to third. So Hannah Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota with a nice recovery here in race 9. Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 final. Checkered flag, your winner, Hannah Westland. Second spot, the 434 Miranda Peterson. Hannah Cook third on the 757. The 44 is fourth. That's Marley Peterson out of Lancaster on a 2023 Westland chassis. So that'll do it for Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 action. That was their final. One more race before a Quebec's intermission break, and here they come already. Race 10, Supermod 300, free air and liquid final for 4 laps with 4 competitors. They are number 13, John Hall out of Beausejour. He is on a 73 Arctic Cat. On a 73 Polaris, the 44 out of West St. Paul is Vic Mazer. Aboard the number 65, the Norm Chura racing entry of Norm Chura is out of Enola. That is a 1973 Polaris. At the 13 is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg. This is a 75 Yamaha. Kieran Lowen on the 75 Yamaha on the outside here. This is the final for 4 laps. Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul with a good start. He is on the number 44. That is a 73 Polaris. In fact, both sleds up front are the same 1973 Polarises. One is Vic Mazer, the 44. The 65 is Norm Chura out of Enola. And a pair of 13s in the back. Now we've got a race with 4 guys, of which 50% have the same number. 74 miles per hour. See, that's a different number, 74. Pick one of those. Great battle between the 44 and the 65. Mazer is the leader. Chura second. Kieran Lowen on the 13 third. John Hall out of Beausejour on the 13 fourth. White flag is out. Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul still steering that Polaris in the lead with Norm Chura in tow in the second spot. Kieran Lowen third on the Yamaha. John Hall out of Beausejour fourth on the Arctic Cat. Vic Mazer takes the checkers with Norm Chura second. Third spot to number 13, Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg. Fourth spot to number 13, John Hall out of Beausejour. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that'll bring us to our first grooming break of the day, brought to you by Quebec. We're going to sweep the track, get things ready for race 11, which will be Supermod 440 free air and liquid. That'll be a final for race 11. We invite you over to the concession. Check out some of that delicious food. The Moose Den is open. Grab your 50-50 tickets, and we will be back very soon with race number 11.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
I'm Lee by the Valley, and I'm protected by FAST.
All right, we're back with race number 11 here. Supermod 440 free air and liquid final. 5 laps is the distance. I believe we're going to be missing a few here, but I'll go through the original lineup. 65 is Norm Chura out of Enola. Riding the 481 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 165 is Justin Habing from Dugald. And the 65 out of Beausejour is Cody Whitechuck. The 481 is Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont. 79 is Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. And the 154 is Riley Harrison out of Enola, Manitoba on a 1976 Polaris. Looks like 165 Justin Habing did not show. Great start for the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette. She is out of Drummondville, Quebec, and back for her first race here this weekend after a bad crash in Quebec. She's doing a nice job this weekend. That is a 1974 Skidoo. Now the 481 in second, there are 2 number 481s here. The 481 in second is an Articat, that is Lucas Nast. Showing green on the front straightaway. Sabrina Blanchette is absolutely flying. White flag for your race leader, Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. Checkered flag for Sabrina Blanchette. 41 Lucas Nast on the Articat second. And the 65 Polaris is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. There's Norm Chura on the 65. That is a motoski. That'll do it for race number 11, Supermod 440 free air and liquid final. Next up, race 12. This is another final for 4 laps. Junior 2 stock fan 380 and Junior 1 stock fan 380 combined. And here they come. So in Junior 2 stock fan on the front row, we should have the 22 Miles Manchelenko, the 80 of Colby Pazernik, and the 62 of Regan Cassidy. And on the back row, all by his lonesome, the 19Z is Lucas Zdroik out of Eagle River, Wisconsin on a 1999 Polaris. So that should do it for that lineup. Race 13 will be ProLights, round 1 for 4 laps. Race 14, Super Stock 250, 300, and 340 fan. Race 15 will be Junior 2 F500 and Junior 1 F500 combined. That is about your next 4 races on deck. All right, looks like we're almost set here for race number 12. Junior 2 Stock Fan 380, Junior 1 Stock Fan 380. Number 80 is Colby Pazernik. I think we're missing that lone competitor in the Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 class, Lucas Zadroik. The 80 is the leader. Good battle between the 22 and the 62. 22 is Miles Manchelenko. The 62 is Regan Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. Last lap, 62 miles per hour. '80, 62, and 22, your top three, and only three in the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class for 13 to 17-year-olds. The 80 Colby Pazernik out of Balmoral, Manitoba, is on a 2000 Polaris and having a pretty strong run here. Regan Cassidy second. Miles Manchelenko from St. Malo on a 1998 Skidoo is third. ProLights up next for 4 laps. And that'll do it. The number 80 will take the win. Colby Pazernik, followed by the 62 of Regan Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. And third, the 22, Miles Manchelenko out of St. Malo, Manitoba on a 1998 Skidoo. ProLights coming up next. 4 competitors for 4 laps in round number 1 of ProLights. Here's your lineup. The 113H is Hannah Westland. Riding the number 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigan. The 29 is Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. That is a wall chassis. And the 25 is Kyler Kubek out of Wisconsin on a Perry chassis. There's Hannah Westland. '29 on the outside, Oliver Davis. We're getting set to go racing. Great start for the 10 of Derek Meyer, who says goodbye to the rest of the field. Showing the way, Derek Meyer out of Michigan on the 2000 Skidoo. That is looking very strong here early. In race 13 on your schedule, the ProLights round 1 for 4 laps. Kyler Kubek on the 25 second, the 29 third. That is Oliver Davis. Hannah Westland is on the 113H. From Strathcona, Minnesota. That is a wall chassis. 92 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader. Coming into turn number 1, that's where our radar unit is located. Derek Meyer going to take it. The 25 is second. That is Kyler Kubek. Oliver Davis third on the 29. And Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota is fourth on the 113H. So that'll do it for ProLights. Next up, Super Stock 250, 300, 340 fan combo for 5 times around. Minute clock running in the staging area. They are waiting for a rider. They get 1 minute from the call time to try to get ready or arrive at staging. Here's going to be your lineup, and we could have one of these missing. The 14 is J.J. Koopman from Jansen, Saskatchewan. Aboard the number 42 is David Onfrichuk out of Sandy Hook. The 35 is Blaine Paulson. The 15 is Sheldon Carlson. He is from Mackinac, North Dakota on a 1976 Mercury. The 31 is Dwayne Lassen out of Creighton, Saskatchewan, also on a 76 Merc. And the 47 will be Dan Leonard out of Beausejour on a 76 Yamaha. While the 35 of Blaine Paulson has been racing this track since the 70s. 250, 300, 340 fan. Jones Paulson Racing Team, sponsored by Westside Power Sport.
Number 14 is a scratch from this race.
Number 14, a scratch. According to Andy Baker, that'll be J.J. Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan. 1981 Yamaha. So scratch the 14 of Koopman. So we get set to race this 5-lap final for Superstock 250, 300, 340 fans. Next up, Junior 2 F500 and Junior 1 F500 combined. Then we'll move to the ice bikes, followed by Junior 2 and Junior 1 Sprint. That'll be another combined race. Good start for Sheldon Carlson on the 15. He's got that 1976 Mercury humming off the starting line. Here they come out of turn number 4 now. 31 is second, Dwayne Lassen. Putting some pressure on the Mackinac, North Dakota rider. Speed that time around was 64 miles per hour. Good battle in turn 4 for the lead here. It is still 15 and 31, 1 and 2. Dan Leonard is on the 47, third. Blaine Paulson, fourth, the 42, fifth. Dave on a free chuck out of Sandy Hook, Manitoba on a 79 Yamaha. Great racing up front here as the 31 of Dwayne Lassen giving the 15 of Sheldon Carlson fits here. And he's got him. This is race number 14, Super Stock 250, 300, 340 fan combo. And this is the white flag lap. And look at these riders battle. Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota fights back and has the number 15 to the lead once again. 47 remains third. That is Dan Leonard from Beausejour. Coming down now to the checkered flag. This has been a great race up front. Sheldon Carlson followed by the 31 of Dwayne Lassen. They will be 1 and 2 at the checkered flag. Third spot likely going to go to the 47 of Dan Leonard out of Beausejour. And he will take third unofficially. That is your top three in the Super Stock 250, 300, 340 fan combo. That was a final, and the distance was 5 laps. Just taking a look here on Cool Down TV. What is that at? That's not a snowmobile with a propeller and a wing, is it? One of those glider things on cooldown.tv. If you're sitting in the grandstands, you can look up in the monitors at the top, and whatever that guy's doing with that thing, I'm not going to do. I can assure you that. Let's get up Sunday morning and do this. No. Doesn't seem terribly wise, does it? All right, so race 15 on your schedule, Junior 2 F500s and Junior 1 F500. So 2 rows. The front row will be Junior 2s. 213 is Connor McRobert. The 24, Brody Bartonen. 25 is Xavier Kanceruk out of Dryden. The 626 will be Waylon Carpita. 44 is Marley Peterson. The 79X is Maverick Palubiski-Yonan. And the 60 is Braxton Cassidy. On the back row, Junior 1 F500, a different class. 99X, Mika Palubiski-Yonan. Toby Pazernik on the 80 and Lucas Adroik on the 19Z. We're away with race number 15. Race 16 up next are the ice bikes. The motocross bike's going to hit the big half-mile oval next for FXR. Good side-by-side racing here. Maverick Palubiski-Yonan looking good on that 79, but he's got some company up there. 80 miles per hour on the previous circuit as the green 79 drops to third here. Some good battles here so far today at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Brody Bartonen is the leader, followed by the 213 of Connor McRobert. Still 24 and 213, 1 and 2. Waylon Carpita on the 626 has moved up to third. He is from Wausau, Wisconsin. 1989 Polaris mounted rider. White flag coming out for the 24 of Brody Bartonen, as well as the 213 and the 626. Looks like Mika Palubiski-Yonan leading the Junior 1 F500 class on the 99. Oh, we got a crash in turn 3 and 4. Rider is down in 3 and 4 as the checkered flag comes out. We will get you an update from turn 4. The rider is up. That is good news. 25 coming across. That's Xavier Kanceruk out of Dryden, the 44. Marley Peterson. We got a bit of a mess to clean up in turn 4. I'll get you the official finish here momentarily in the Junior 2 F500 class. All right, just awaiting official word from our lap scores on the official finish for race 15. I'll bring that to you just as soon as I get it. 2:13, Connor McRobert over in turn number 4 as we go to a cooldown.tv instant replay. .213, yeah, left front ski coming up and over top. Bit of a high side, and yep, right into the bales goes the rider. .213, Connor McRobert out of Sturgeon Falls, Ontario. Fortunately, that rider is okay. We'll get the sled removed and bring you that official finish just as soon as we get it. Don't forget 50/50 tickets are available throughout the facility and online. You can scan the QR code or buy at the beer garden, which is now known as the Moose Den. Twisted Tea and Moosehead products available at the Moose Den. Don't forget, following today's races, there will be a dinner over at the community hall and an awards banquet. Always lots of fun. Do join us. It is open to the public. You just need to buy your ticket at the door. 24 was first, Brody Bartnan. 626, Waylon Carpita second. 79 of Maverick Palubisky Yonan was third in the Junior 2. Thank you very much. That one is official. Now, ice bikes hitting the track. 219 is Caden Katowicz from Petersfield. Riding the 126 is John Zielinski of Dugald. 489 out of Beausejour is Avery Carr. Kim Hood on the 71. Tyler Feeblecorn on the 318. That is a 2024 KTM as we go to two wheels here now. For those of you that are new to this, keep your eyes on Kim Hood on the 71. In his late 60s, he has won 3 Canadian motocross championships and the over 50 nationals at Glen Ellen in California. A very, very accomplished rider at 83 miles an hour for your leaders. Rider of the 71, Kim Hood, just keeps going and going and going. Caden Katowicz is your race leader on the 219 out of Petersfield. Kim Hood second. Avery Carr is on the 489. Avery is from Beausejour, riding a 2023 Honda. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. White flag, 1 to go. Your leader is Katowicz. Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield on a 2022 Honda leads Kim Hood and Avery Carr. KTM in 4th is Tyler Feeblecorn and John Zielinski behind him in 5th on the Honda. Caden Katowicz, Kim Hood, and Avery Carr, 1, 2, 3 in our first race for the ice bikes of the day. Race 16 on our schedule. And 4th and 5th, Feeblecorn and Zielinski out of Duggold. That'll do it for race 16, the 5-lap Ice Bike Open competition. Next up, race 17, a combined race, Junior 2 Sprint 600 and Junior 1 Sprint 380. Okay, in the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class, the 626 is Waylon Corpita. 24 is Brody Barton out of Champion, Michigan. The 213 will be Connor McRobert from Sturgeon Falls, Ontario. And the 29, Oliver Davis, is from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. In the back row, Junior 1 Sprint 380. The 15 is Jack Stasko. The 19Z is Lucas Zadroik. And the 62 is Regan Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. There's the 213 of Connor McRobert. Waylon Corpita. The 24 is Brody Bartnan. 29, Oliver Davis. That is the front row. Junior 2 Sprint 600s for 15 to 17-year-olds. Great start for the 24. And a good start for the 15 in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. In that back row, the 15, Jack Stasko from Cicero, New York, gets a great start on his wall chassis. Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin on the 29 showing the way. Looks like troubles for the 213 of Connor McRobert out of Sturgeon Falls. 213 is off the pace in the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class. Waylon Corpita on the 626 is second. Third, the 24, Brody Bartnan, but the 29 of Oliver Davis checking out here. We've got an incident on the back chute. So that will bring out a red flag condition here. Looks like one of the riders' helmets is off, but walking away from the scene. I don't know. 15 and 213 involved over there, we're told. So that'll be Jack Stasko in the Junior 1 Sprint class on the 15. The 213 Connor McRobert, who was slowing earlier. Not quite sure what happened there. I didn't see it. Maybe could we get a replay or we didn't get it on camera? We'll try it. Take a look maybe. There it is, the 213 and the 15. So two separate classes. Remember the 213 being quite off the pace early in that race. As we take a look at our cooldown.tv replay. All right. No go, says Anthony. That's all right. Right, attention in the pit area. This is race number 17. Race 18, you should be in staging. Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid combo. That'll be a final for 3 laps. Then we'll go to the Outlaw 600s, the sprint car style sleds. And that will be round 4. We ran 3 yesterday. This will be round 4 of an overall weekend point series for the Outlaw 600s. That one will be 5 laps. And then race 20, IFS 340X final for 3 laps. And then opening ceremonies. All right, sounds like we have 2 laps remaining in race 17. Junior 2 Sprint 600 and Junior 1 Sprint 380 combined. There's 29, Oliver Davis. Waylon Corpita on the 626. The 24 is there. Brody Bartonen. 19Z Lucas Zadroik and the 62 of Regan Cassidy. Good start for the 29 of Oliver Davis. This time around, they'll get the white flag. 1 to go. '29, '24, and 626 in your top 3. The 19X, or Z rather, of Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River leading the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. So it's going to be Oliver Davis to win. Waylon Corpita. Add the 24 third Brody Bartonen out of Champion, Michigan on the Articat. That's your top 3 unofficially in Junior 2 Sprint. And it looks like the 19Z of Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River will take Junior 1 Sprint 380 race action. Race 18 on the schedule coming up next. This is Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid combo race. This is a final, and it is 3 laps. The 65 is going to be Norm Chura out of Anola on the motoski. The 165 is Justin Habing. Habing is from Dugald, Manitoba on a 1976 Polaris. The 481 is out of Guildhall, Vermont. This is Lucas Nast on a 74 Skidoo. And the number 44 is Vic Mazer from West St. Paul on a 1973 Polaris. Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid combo race. And here we go. Good start for the 481 of Lucas Nast. 1974 Skidoo is on the move here. 3-lap final. Lucas Nast, the leader. Chura, then the 165 of Having, followed by the 44 of Vic Mazer. Those are your top 4 and your only 4 here in race number 18. Looks like Chura with problems on the motoski, at least momentarily as he drops to the back. White flag is out for your leader. Lucas Nast on the 481 so far ahead, he's in another postal code. Checkered flag. He's going to win that one going away. Looks like the 165 Habing, followed by Chura for third. Then the 44 of Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul. That'll do it for race 18 in the Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid combo race. Next up, Outlaw 600s. These are 600cc, mostly stock engines. More information on these can be found at outlaw600.com. We do have a local driver. We're going to call them drivers here because they are sitting in a seat with a wheel and strapped into a roll cage. The Outlaw 600s. This will be round 4 of the overall weekend point series. And they will use a running start like a dirt track sprint car. The 18 is Jason Zadroik. The 3XL, this is Shorty Curran. 44W is Dave Webster. Driving the 381 out of St. Rita, Manitoba is Chris Soren. The 1 is Joe Schneider. The number 19 is Chris Plasky. The 22, this is Kelly Price out of Yorkton, Saskatchewan. He is in an Eagle chassis. Rolling start for 5 laps in the Outlaw 600s. Whoa, we've got almost the spinner in turn 1. Getting a little sideways. Traffic got very, very busy off the start. As you can see, very, very competitive in the Outlaw 600s. As we've got one down in turn 3. 19 and 18, 1 and 2 now. Chris Plasky followed by Jason Zadroik. (19) opening up a lead. Into the third spot is the one of Joe Schneider out of Wisconsin. Fourth spot, Chris Soren out of St. Rita, Manitoba. Sabrina Blanchette, the 79 Supergirl, races lightning sprints, as did Chris Soren in this 381. Chris Soren in the 381 actually built that unit himself. He is a machinist by trade. White flag coming out. Chris Plasky out of St. Germain leading the 18 of Jason Zadroik and the 1 of Joe Schneider. Chris Soren is 4th. Shorty Curran in the 3XL in the 5th spot. Great race for 2nd and 3rd. Your leader coming down the long front straightaway. Chris Plasky's going to win this one. Looks like Zadroik 2nd, Joe Schneider 3rd, Soren 4th in the 381, and Shorty Curran unofficially 5th. Shorty from Browntown, Wisconsin, using a 2024 Outlaw 600 chassis. Broken ski, I believe, maybe. I think it's 18. Yeah, looks like 8 on the screen, but it does look like 18. So we believe that is Jason Zadroik in the number 18. He is out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Getting the hook. Our final race before opening ceremonies and grooming will be race number 20 on your schedule. almost halfway through the day already here. As far as races, we've got 54 on the schedule. Race 20 will be the IFS 340X battle for 3 laps. That'll be a final. Don't forget about our 50-50 draw. You can buy tickets throughout the facility and the Moose Den, also online. Our concession area going strong as usual, serving all that delicious food. The Moose Den is open. They have some awesome and cold Moosehead and Twisted Tea products. You want to check that out as we get set to go with race 20 IFS 340X action. Now, don't forget, we got something to tell you about. Today is the championship for the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships 64th running. Now, that will be race 54 for the ProChamp 440s, our final race of the day. And we're going to do a fan appreciation draw at that time. So how that works, for race 54, you need to be in the grandstands before the race, before that ProChamp 440 final. We'll give you a free ticket, and the winner will win $500, but you must be on site in the grandstand to claim your $500 prize. So again, the fan appreciation draw happening at the final race of the day. We're going to give you a free ticket. The winner will take home $500. Getting set to go with our final race before opening ceremonies and some grooming, courtesy of Quebec's. Race 20 IFS 340X final for 3 laps. On the number 80 is Joe Presta out of Whitemouth. The 481 will be Lucas Nast on the Skidoo out of Guildhall, Vermont. The 35 will be Dylan Barron from Enola. Also from Enola, scheduled to start is the 65 of Norm Chura on a 77 moto ski. There's Joe Presta out of Whitemouth. Dylan Barron on the 35. Norm Chura on the 65. And the 481 of Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont. Starting inside here. 3-lap final for IFS 340X. Dylan Barron on the 35 battling with the 481 out of Vermont. But the Vermont rider gets the best of Barron in turn 1 and 2. Barron to the second spot. Leaders now coming down the front chute. It is Nast, Barron, and the 80 of Joe Presta. Fourth is the 65 of Norm Chura. .83 miles per hour. White flag is out, 1 to go. We got a race developing here in the closing lap. This is the IFS 340X final. 2 laps down, well, about 2 3/4 down now, at about a quarter lap remaining. It's a good race. Lucas Nast, Dylan Barron, and Joe Presta, 1, 2, 3. Norm Chura will finish 4th on the 65. Well, that'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. We will go to a Quebec's grooming break and opening ceremonies here momentarily. We invite you to the concession area. Get yourself something hot to eat or cold to drink. The beer garden is open. That is the Moose Den. You can also visit the Cobra Pit area, and we'll be back with you momentarily with some vintage sleds on the front straightaway and opening ceremonies.
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bomber Store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience today.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
Did you know that Moosehead is 100% owned, 100% packaged, and 100% brewed in Canada? Now, I'm no mathematician, but I would say that that would make Moosehead 300% Canadian. Makes you think.
Well, good afternoon, Beausejour. How y'all doing out there today? Anybody alive out there? I asked how you're all doing out there today. All right, are you guys all ready for the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship? All right, my name is Darren Palin. I'll be your host for the weekend for this awesome event. Some great racing here yesterday, and we expect more of the same. Already 20 races in the books today. We have about 34 more races to go, including Snowcross, so lots to see and do here today at the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Don't forget, 50-50 draw is available throughout the facility, online and in the Moose Den. Our concession remains open throughout the day below the grandstands. And of course, the Moose Den is our beer garden, and they have Twisted Tea and Moosehead products available there throughout the day. All right, I'm going to start out by first recognizing all these great riders here and restorers. How about a hand for our vintage sleds? Some beautiful equipment down here. Also, how about it for the Beausejour Brokenhead Fire Department with us? Okay, we've got some dignitaries to announce here and introduce. I want to start out first with Jared Black, president of the CPTC.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming out to the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. I'd first like to thank all of our hardworking volunteers and directors. It takes a lot of work and hours to put this show on for you guys, so let's give them a round of applause. We wouldn't be able to do this without the drivers, of course, so I want to thank them for making the trek to come out and enjoy the track this weekend. Thank you to you guys, the fans, for coming to support us. All of your kind words and everything over the years has gone a long ways, and we've been able to do a lot of improvements to this facility in recent years. I want to thank the town of Beausejour and the Arm of Brokenhead for their generous support. They help us out throughout the year in many ways. We've got lots of sponsors I got to thank: FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour GM, Beausejour Co-op, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead and Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Wojciech Carpentry, Ron's Marine, Century 21 Sun Country Realty, Lanson Pools and Spas, Oakbank Hearing Center, Westside Power Sports, Fort Garry Industries, Cubex, and Al Meisner Limited. Let's give them a round of applause. We've got an online 50-50 going. I haven't looked to see what the jackpot's at yet, but it is obviously growing, so make sure you guys get your tickets for that. The funds from that help us do maintenance and upkeep of the facility throughout the year. We've got 2 miniature grandstands we're going to be building this off season. One's going in turn 1 and one's going in turn 2. So any support you guys can give us, it goes a long way for that project. Tonight, following racing, we've got a banquet at the hall. You're more than welcome to come out. It's a good way to see the trophy presentation and interact with some of the drivers if you want. And lastly, we're going to have the 65th anniversary next year. It's going to be a huge event, and it's on March 6th and 7th, so we hope to see you guys all then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jared Black, president of the CPTC. Now it is my pleasure to introduce you to Mr. James Bazan, MP for Selkirk, Interlake, and Eastman.
Thank you. How's everybody doing today? Are you guys excited about the racing today? I sure hope so, because you got this amazing group of volunteers at CPTC that work so hard year-round to put on this amazing show. I want to thank all those volunteers, Jared, you and your board of directors, and of course the sponsors that make sure that this is possible. I want to thank the competitors for being here. I know they're going to put on a great show today, despite the rain that might be coming. We hope that we can get it all done before the rain starts to fall. And of course, I want to welcome each and every one of you for coming out and enjoying this great show and this great community right here in Beausejour. So on behalf of the great people of Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, enjoy the racing.
Thanks very much, James. Now we will move on to Mr. Wayne Owasco, MLA for Lac de Bonnie.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. We're rocking and rolling here. James said the R word. We're hoping that's not going to happen at all today. like to thank, on behalf of the Lac du Bonnie constituents, thank you everyone for showing up not only today but yesterday. I hear it was absolutely jam-packed yesterday. Thanks to Jared Black, his board, of course, as James said, the countless volunteers that year to year put this incredible event on. Of course, the sponsors, you can't do this without the financial backing. The Beausejour Brokenhead area has been supporting this. CPTC races now for 64 years. I know that the 65th next year is going to be bigger, and I don't know how they're going to get it to be better, but Jared and his board says it's going to be even better next year. So with all that, to the racers and to all the individuals who showed up this morning or this afternoon with the vintage sleds, thank you for participating. The track is in great shape. Have a wonderful afternoon. Enjoy the races, and all the racers, drive safe.
Thank you very much, Wayne. Now we will move to the mayor of Beausejour, Mr. Ray Sherrill.
Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to Beausejour for 64 years of wonderful racing. On behalf of my council, I want to again thank everyone that comes out every year and sees supporting us, all the drivers, all the racers, making this an international event. You know, again, we hear about the sponsors. We need all those sponsors to keep helping us with all the financials and all that. But I want to really go to the, when it comes to the volunteers. Earlier this week, I did an interview with Kathy Kennedy, and Kathy used to be one of our announcers here before Darren, and we started talking before the interview about our volunteers, and we started doing some crunching numbers. And we figure right now we're sitting with all the people that have been here in the past and helping this facility. We're over 1 million hours of volunteerism that's happened in this facility. 1 million hours. Where do you see that anywhere is in a volunteer facility that's all volunteer run in a local community, and it's something to be very proud of here in Beausejour. So on behalf of the town of Beausejour, I'm looking forward to seeing you all back here next year for 65 years of amazing racing right here at the best place in Canada to have it, right here in Beausejour. And thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks very much, Ray Sherrill. Now we will move to the Deputy Reeve of the RM of Brokenhead, Mr. Luke Ingeberg.
Well, and not to sound like a broken record, but we got to give thanks to the volunteers. As all the others have touched on before me, without them, we wouldn't have this great venue or this great event. So my biggest thanks goes out to the volunteers. Let's keep it going. We look forward to year 65. And just everyone for coming out. Thank you very much. It's your support from the sponsors and the fans that make this happen every year and keeps Beausejour on the map. I think you've heard enough exhaust from us, though, so let's get to the stuff we're here for. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Luke. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we start this very important event, we have another important piece of business that we need to take care of. I would ask that you all please rise if you are able and enjoy the American and Canadian national anthems with Thomas Goots.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare and the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons' command, With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thanks very much, Thomas Goot. Well, we're getting ready to go with the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. We're going to get the front straightaway cleaned up and prepared for action. And we're going to be back with you momentarily with race number 21. 20 races already in the books, but we still got lots more action set to come your way at the FXR 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. All right, getting set here momentarily. We've got 20 races in the books. We will move to race 21 to start off the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship, and we'll start with race 21 in the ProChamp class. Round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps. And that will be coming up momentarily. Grab yourself a drink over at the Moose Den. Enjoy the races today. We've got plenty of motorsports action set to come your way, and we are excited. The ProChamp final last night was unbelievable, and we're hoping for more of the same here today. We've got some Snowcross demonstrations going on at Intermission. We have the track ride-along, so if you'd like to go for a ride around the track during the grooming breaks, you can head over to the Access Family Fun Zone and board the bus take a ride around the track, and they'll take you in the pits as well. That courtesy of Access Credit Union and their family fun zone. So that is at Intermissions. We have the concession open. We have the 50-50 draw. We have the Moose Den open with our promo wear available. Wow, it's busy here today, and I'm loving it. Look at that. The current pot in the 50-50 at $9,170. Winner gets half. So let's drive that up today. You can't win if you're not in. So $91.70 is where it's sitting right now. Tickets available at the Moose Den. We do have ticket sellers located throughout the facility and QR codes that you can scan and buy online. Of course, we also have the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge to do here. And that is an overall weekend point series. 2 races yesterday, 2 today. That is brought to you by First Street Auto, True Root Agricultural Contracting, Sport Parts Incorporated, DeRoe Farms, Westside Power Sports, Al Meisner, Canadian Mechanical Specialty, PJ Materick Auto Body and Glass in Beausejour, Pamina Power Performance, Rantec Industrial in Winnipeg, and Springfield Chiropractic all chipping in for the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. That overall weekend point series will end today. All right, we're going to bring you the lineup as soon as we get cleaned up here for race 21 as we get set to go for an awesome day, all part of the FXR 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Well, having a look in the staging area, and it looks like ProChamps are collecting. We'll have 3 races in a row for ProChamps. That's race 21, race 22, and race 23. All ProChamp 440 races, all heat races for round 1. Then we move to the F500s for 3 races. That was competitive yesterday. Then a Sportsman 600 race at race 27. Then we go to some ATVs for race 28. Then we'll have an intermission. We'll have the track ride-alongs courtesy of Access Credit Union and their family fun zone. And you'll see the Snowcross sleds run in the infield. All right, lineups have arrived for race 21 in the ProChamp 440 class. This will be round number 1, heat number 1 for 5 laps. Don't forget, a total of 3 ProChamp races in a row. Hey, we got to talk about the final race of the day, race 54 in the ProChamp 440. That will decide the winner of the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. And we're going to have a fan appreciation draw. So here's how that works. Before race 54, the final race of the day, you need to come to the grandstands and get a free ticket for a draw. The winner of that draw will get $500. And we need you in the grandstands to collect that prize as well. So that is at our final race of the day, race 54. Well, I hear some ProChamps, and there they are on the back chute. The 26 is going to be Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour on a skidoo. Also on a skidoo out of Chisago City, Minnesota, the 6 is Gavin Peterson. The 29 is Ashton Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin. And the 39X, this is Justin Peterson. Peterson is from Campbell Sport, Wisconsin on a Hool chassis. Also out of Hool chassis, out of Dayton, Minnesota, the 75C, look for Calvin Cook on the 75C. The 30 is going to be Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau. And the 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec on a Skidoo. And on a 2025 wall chassis, the 31 is Will Garceau out of Wisconsin. So our first look at the Pro Champs today after a remarkable final that saw Gunnar Stern and Matt Gady go at it for all 15 laps. We're racing now. 31 with a good start. And Calvin Cook on the 75C also getting away from the starting line real nice. .31 is the leader. Will Garceau out of Wisconsin on the wall chassis showing the way. 96 miles per hour on the previous circuit. So this warmer weather not really affecting things too much so far. 75, Calvin Cook following along in the second spot. Calvin Cook is out of Dayton, Minnesota on a Hool chassis. .31 continues to lead. Third and fourth is 39, Justin Peterson, and 29, Ashton Christensen. They are stringing out on the racetrack just a little bit now. Will Garceau on the 31, 75, Calvin Cook holding on to that second spot. White flag is out. One more to go in this very fast 5-lap race. Things move quickly. Will Garceau is going to win it on the 31. Calvin Cook, the 39 of Peterson. The 29 will be fourth. That is Ashton Christensen. Ashton Christensen is out of Luck, Wisconsin on the Skidoo. Pretty good race there. They did get a little strung out, but early. Lots of good competition for race 21. In the Pro Champ 440 class. This one will go to a last chance qualifier later on in today's program, so we'll watch for that. Just trying to get the skinny on all how that's going to line up a little later on. Race 22 coming up next. Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat number 2 for 5 laps. And I'll give you that lineup here in just a second. That is the number 48. Skeleton number 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Bad Bunny, Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude. Getting the hook on the front straightaway. We do have the lineup for Pro Champ 440 round 1 heat 2, race number 22. And the first driver to talk about. The number 9 is Dane Klinger. Dane is out of Athens, Wisconsin on the 2026 Polaris. Dane is part of the Team PDF team out of Roseau, Minnesota, sponsored by Haugen Family Farms. Team PDF out of Roseau, Minnesota. The rider, Dane Klinger, out of Athens, Wisconsin. And here's a guy that put on a tremendous show last night, a second place finish, but real fast. The 28 is out of New Germany, Minnesota on the Skidoo. This is going to be Matt Gady in race 22. And on the 111, sponsored by Polaris, Wall Brothers Racing, and FXR, this is Tanner Foss on a 2026 Polaris. The Century 21 sponsored entry out of Neenah, Wisconsin will be Brandon Christensen. The 27X from Brookline, New Hampshire is Spencer Landry. The number 3 is out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. This is Danique Lambert. The 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. And rounding out race 22, all the way from Drummondville, Quebec, is Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette. Keep your eyes on her on that newer Polaris. That is your lineup for FXR and for Race 22, ProChamp 440, Round 1, Heat number 2, 5 laps is the distance. Race 23, you should be in staging. That will be ProChamp once again. Sabrina Blanchette on the bright green 79 on the outside. Recovered from a crash. This is her first weekend back since that crash in Quebec. Racing into turn 1 and 2. Everybody looking okay so far. Looks like Matt Gady with a pretty strong start. Pretty strong finish last night to a strong start today. Tanner Foss and Sabrina Blanchette round out the top 3 so far. You'll recall Sabrina Blanchette started outside. 98 miles per hour for Matt Gady, the race leader. Gady is out of New Germany, Minnesota. Has a look back. Tanner Foss, Sabrina Blanchette, the 9 of Klinger, and the 27X of Spencer Landry in the top 5. Matt Gady finding the speed here. Century 21 entry of Brandon Christensen, 6th right now. '16 of DJ Saluk from Beausejour way off the pace right now. Matt Gady is not off the pace. He is your leader. Sabrina Blanchette and Tanner Foss doing battle. The Wall Brothers Racing 111 holding off the 79. Checkered flag will be waving, and it's going to go to Matt Gady. Second to Foss, Blanchette, Klinger, then the 27X of Spencer Landry, followed by the Century 21 entry of Brandon Christensen, unofficially 6th in that one. So that'll do it for race 22. Total of 54 races on the schedule. 4 of them are Snowcross intermission races. All right, here we go with race 23, ProChamp 440, round 1, heat 3. This one will be 5 laps in duration. Your first rider is the 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing Polaris and FXR out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Finished 3rd last night in the final. This is Blaine Stevenson on the Polaris. And out of Beausejour, Manitoba, also on a Polaris, is Jordan Sobetsky on the 24. He had a crash earlier in the season. Good to see him back on the racetrack. Great family, and started over with the Manitoba mini sleds on the other side of the back straightaway. Jordan Sobetsky's going to start here in race 23. Dylan Barron is on the 35 out of Enola. He is on a Wall Brothers Racing chassis. And the 21 out of Beausejour on a Skidoo is Tyler Obi. Also on a Skidoo out of Lockport, looking for his first big Sunday win. The number 8 is Travis McDonald. He rides the MPH Racing entry. The 220, last night's big winner. This is G-Money, Gunnar Stern on the Red Bull Skidoo. And rounding out the field on the Team PDF sled out of Roseau, Minnesota. The rider is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. That's set now for race 23. Your lineup, ProChamp 440, round 1, heat number 3 for 5 laps. Here we go. Great start for the Red Bull Skidoo and the Wall Brothers Racing 102. Gunnar Stern leads the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Sobetsky third, Travis McDonald fourth, Obi is fifth. 97 miles per hour on the last circuit. Gunnar Stern, Blaine Stevenson, Travis McDonald, Sobetsky. And the 21 is fifth. That is Tyler Obi on the Skidoo. Looks like Gunnar Stern finding some speed here as he opens up his lead on the Red Bull Skidoo. McDonald, Sobetsky, and Obi. Then Klinger, then the 35 of Dylan Barron in the top 10. 99 miles per hour, 99 on the last lap. They are getting quicker. White flag is out for Stern and Stevenson. McDonald, Sobetsky, Obi, Klinger, Barron. Well, a great job. G-Money Gunnar Stern gets it done at the checkered flag, followed by the Wall Brothers 102. Travis McDonald, Sobetsky, Obi, Klinger, and Barron in that order. That'll do it for race 23 in the ProChamp 440 class. Now we'll move to 3 races in your Triton Air and Mechanical F500 class. This is round 1 of the day. We'll do heat 1, 2, and 3 right in a row, and we'll bring you that lineup in just a second. Race 24, Triton Air and Mechanical F500 round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps looks like this. The 99 is Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin on a Polaris. The 02 is going to be Mike Favorite from Eagle River. The 2B is Dylan Brandner from Medford, Wisconsin. And on the 25, this is Richard Kanseruk out of Dryden. The number 52 is Caleb Smith from Eganville, Ontario. And the C21 is Brandon Christensen from Neenah, Wisconsin. The 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. And the 7 is Marcus Caitlin from Merrill, Wisconsin, here in race 24. Triton Air and Mechanical F500 Racing. Our first look at this on the day. Lots of traffic in turn 1 and 2 as they head down that long and fast back straightaway. Marcus Catlin is out of Merrill, Wisconsin on the Polaris on the number 7. Green flag being displayed. Here comes the 2B of Dylan Bradner for second. Great racing here. They are close, especially for third and fourth. Now 1 and 2 tightens up. Two B now getting into the lead. Dylan Bradner out of Medford, Wisconsin. Here comes the 99 of Connor Bauman out of Mosinee, Wisconsin. Connor Bauman on the 99 pressing hard here. Great racing action. 99 into second. Fourth is the C21. Brandon Christensen trying to move forward quickly. White flag coming out this time around. 4 down, 1 to go. To be Dylan Bradner out of Medford, Wisconsin. Pretty solid run here. He's going to take the victory. 99 second. Brandon Christensen in the third spot on the C21. The C21 sponsored by Century 21. That's Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin on the 1989 Polaris. .02 unofficially fourth. That's Mike Favorite. Mike is out of Eagle River, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris. Race 25 coming up. Triton Air and Mechanical F500 action. Round 1, Heat 2 for 5 laps. 22 is going to be Colton Abraham. The 25, Kyler Kubek. Riding the 135 out of Ile-des-Chênes will be Blair McDonald. He is on an 89 Polaris. The number 98 is Nick Kurth from Wausau, Wisconsin. The 757 is Hannah Cook from Dayton. 34 is Colton Niewolny from Medford, Wisconsin. The 29, this is Brad Harrison from Enola. Brad is on a 1992 Polaris. And the 257 is Brad Kolchak out of Medford, Wisconsin, 92 Polaris mounted rider. While almost 5 degrees Celsius here in Beausejour, a nice day. Above freezing, 40 degrees Fahrenheit, almost 41. 66% humidity. Not a terrible wind, about 10 miles an hour. Much better than yesterday afternoon when it really picked up. Getting set to go racing. Race 25 is underway. So far, everyone through turn 1 and 2 safely. No contact whatsoever in that start. Good battle coming at a 3 and 4 now as they head down the long front straightaway. Colton Abraham is on the 22. Colton Niewolny on the 34, and the 257 is Brad Kolchak out of Medford. Riding the 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris. 22 looking pretty strong. 257 into the second spot. That's Brad Kolchak. So the 22 and the 257 showing some strength here. Green flag being displayed. Colton Niewolny is third, the 98. Nick Kurth fourth. Nick is out of Wausau, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris as your leader works through turn 3 and 4 and comes around to take the white flag. 22, Colton Abraham. 257, Brad Kolchak. And Colton Niewolny out of Medford. In the top 3, 81 miles per hour. Checkered flag is out. It's going to go to the 22 of Colton Abraham. Brad Kolchak, second. Colton Niewalny. Then the number 98 of Nick Kurth, followed by the 25 of Kyler Kubek, your unofficial top 5 in race 25 for Triton Air and Mechanical. Race 26 on deck. Just a reminder to get your 50-50 tickets. You can't win if you're not in. The pot currently at $9,575. You can buy tickets at the Moose Den, around the facility, or online. Here's race 26, Triton Air and Mechanical F500 action. Round 1, heat 3 for 5 laps. The 9 is going to be Stefan Carignan out of Winnipeg. He is on a 1991 Skidoo. The 1140 is David Strand from Ironwood, Michigan. Riding the 48X out of Eagle River, Wisconsin is Rich Mork. The 727 is Marcus Iverson. Marcus is from Langdon, North Dakota, on a 1990 Polaris. The 11 is Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. The 757, this is Jace Lair from Medford, Wisconsin. Aboard the number 29 is Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. And at the controls of the number 10, this is Derek Meyer. So Derek Meyer on the 10, Ben Meyer on the 11. And right now it is exactly that, the 10 and the 11 up front and in command. Great racing up front. Third spot is Oliver Davis. The 9 is fourth. That's Stefan Carignan. Carignan getting a little high up in turns 1 and 2 now, though, and losing significant position as we speak. So it is 10, 11, 29, and the 1140 moving up now. That is David Strand. 78 miles per hour on the last circuit. Turn 4, we got an incident in turn number 4. All right, we'll get our safety crews over to turn number 4 to inspect the situation. And we'll bring you an update from turn 4 just as soon as we can. Of course, we have some very experienced medical personnel over there, including the 9, Stefan Carignan, who works as a paramedic during the day and races out here in December and March. Stefan Carignan on the 9 out of Winnipeg, lending a hand to turn 4, and we'll bring you an update just as soon as we can. Just an announcement into the pit area. Race 27 will be Sportsman 600s. Race 28, the Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open. Then we'll move to intermission and the Viert Landscaping Snowcross action. Don't forget, reminder about the 50-50 draw, available throughout the facility and in the Moose Den and online. During our ProChamp 440 final, that is race 54, our final race of the day, we'll do a $500 fan appreciation draw as our Criticare EMS heading over towards turn number 4 to inspect the situation. better to check things out and take our time here. And again, we'll get you an update just as soon as we possibly can. All right, really good news from turn number 4. The rider involved is Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. The rider is okay. They're just taking precautionary measures and taking their time, which is what we should do. Of course, you can always replace sleds. You can't replace bodies, so we are going to make sure we take our time and check them out. But apparently the 29 is mostly okay. We are told that is Oliver Davis from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. As you all know, this is one of the things about ice oval racing that cannot be controlled, and that is the accidents that happen. These are very, very brave riders, and they travel at high speeds, and, well, sometimes stuff happens. But always good to see the riders are okay. So we'll bring you an update again just as soon as we can. Well, if you got a minute, now's a great time to visit the concession area. Get yourself something hot to eat or cold to drink. Our Moose Den is open. We have CPTC promo wear over there as well. Check out t-shirts and hats and all kinds of other great stuff. That is in the Moose Den. You can watch the races from in there as well. We are on race 26 of 54 on the day. Triton Air and Mechanical F500 action.
Yeah, I've done more fiberglass in the last 2 years on these hoods than I have in a lifetime. I mean, he's got a hole in the front end of his. I just kind of patched it up. You know, it's nice and solid now. I didn't finish all the finished work on it. It's tight.
Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, about the community hall following today's races. We have a celebration over there. You have some great meals, so you can buy your tickets at the door. The public is welcome over to the community hall located kind of behind the grandstands to our left. And you want to get over there and eat with us, trophy presentations, and lots of fun at the community hall. For those of you just joining us, we are on race 26, Triton F500 Mechanical F500 action. What's going on after this? Well, race 27 will be Sportsman 600 for 5 laps. Then race 28, ATV Open for Mackenzie Diesel. Then we'll go to the Viert Landscaping Snowcross in the infield during our grooming intermission courtesy of Quebex. Then after that intermission, we come back with more ProChamp action, race 30, 31, and 32. So that is what's coming up. Don't forget, during the intermission, you can get on over to the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone, get on the bus, and they'll take you around the racetrack for a half-mile racetrack tour, and then for a little pit tour as well. So that is the track ride-along, courtesy of Access Credit Union, and the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone is where you board the bus. Okay, we were talking about that track ride-along just recently. Actually, the handy van that's going to go over, or the bus that's going to go around during intermission, that will be boarded near the Moose Den, which is a little further than the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone. But you can board the handy van beside the Moose Den for the track ride-along at intermissions today. Work continues over in turn number 4, part of this race 26 Triton Aaron Mechanical F500 race. We understand there is another ambulance, and there it is now. The ambulance is on the highway over by the back straightaway, so we will do a transport here for precautionary reasons, and we always need to have an ambulance in the facility. So as a result, one will take the rider and one will remain on premises so we can resume race 26. Again, race 27, Sportsman 600s, race 28, Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open. Well, if you took place yesterday in the CPTC photo booth, you can post your photo booth picture. We're going to announce the winner at Wednesday, March 11th at 6 p.m. Now, the prize will be 2 weekend passes to the December 2026 home opener and CPTC merchandise, all courtesy of Foursquare Photo. We'll have some QR codes located throughout the facility, and you can post your photo booth picture, and you must tag CPTC Racing and CPTC March 2026. Information available throughout the facility. You can win big with CPTC, all part of the photo booth contest. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're told that we are almost cleaned up in turn 4 now, so we will resume racing shortly here in race number 26, Triton Aaron Mechanical F500 racing. I believe there's 2 or 3 laps yet. We will confirm that for you when we get back to racing action. But we are very close to resuming racing here in Beausejour. All right, Oliver Davis sled heading back to the pit area. Almost ready to go here. Stefan Kerrigan on the 9, helping out as a paramedic in turn 4. He is in this race, so he's get his helmet back on, and we will resume racing here momentarily. Don't forget, concession area remains open, as does the beer garden that is known as the Moose Den. There goes Stefan Kerrigan on the 9. How about a hand for him? He helps out with a lot of the accidents. He is a paramedic by trade and left the race, went right over to turn 4, removed his helmet, and helped the paramedics. That's pretty cool. Tension in the pit area following this race 26 that we need to continue. Race 27 will be Sportsman 600. Race 28, Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open. Then we'll go to a Quebec's intermission break, and we'll feature some snowcross racing in the center of the track. See that 3 or 4 times at intermissions today. Then race 30 will come back after all that intermission with 3 flights of ProChamps. All right, it is confirmed 2 laps remaining here in race 26 as we come back to race action here. Part of the 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships right here in beautiful Beausejour, Manitoba. Race 26, Triton Air and Mechanical F500 Round 1, Heat 3 action. 5 laps was the original distance. Now we're down to just 2. So 3 down and 2 to go. Riley Baker is our official flagman. And I believe he will be beckoning the riders to the start line here. All right, there is the 10 of Derek Meyer, the 11 of Ben Meyer. 1 and 2, the 1140. David Strand, 757. Jace Lair. There's the 48 of Rich Mork out of Eagle River, the 727. Is Marcus Iverson. He is out of Langdon, North Dakota. And of course the 9, Stefan Kergnen, the paramedic, starting outside. 2 to go here. This will be a quick one. Good start for the 10 of Derek Meyer. He is followed by the 11 of Ben Meyer. Next up, race 27, Sportsman 600s are due in staging, followed by ATVs for Mackenzie Diesel. Great racing up front. The 757 is third. That is Jace Lair. But right now, the 10 of Derek Meyer and the 11 of Ben Meyer having a battle for the lead. Coming down now to the checkered flag. 10, Derek Meyer, Ben Meyer second. The 757 is third, Jace Lair. 48 fourth, Rich Mork. And then the 1140 fifth, David Strand out of Ironwood. All right, to you folks that are listening and watching in on cooldown.tv, we do this each and every year. Don't know when we're going to stop, but we're not going to stop now, but I'm going to tell you about it after this next race. We're going to have a poll posted, and we want you in TV land to tell us what you think, because we get some pretty interesting comments each and every year, so that's why we continue to do it. Plus, Anthony won't let me stop, so that's part of it too. No, that was a bit of a fib there. I like doing it too because I'm curious. But we will talk about that right after this race. All right, race 27 coming up. Sportsman 600s, round 2 for 5 laps. 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. Riding the 14, this is Caden Temple out of Grand Point, Manitoba. The 08 is Brad Timowich out of Dryden. The 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. Aboard the 29, Brad Harrison. The 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. The number 8 is Curtis Cam. Curtis is from Oxdrift. And driving the 23 is Will Manchelenko. Will Manchelenko on the outside. That is a 1996 Skidoo Formula 3 sled, number 23. The 29. Brad Harrison, a little anxious apparently. Here we go. Wow, Curtis Cam on the 88 with a great start. Curtis Cam on the 88 is out of Oxdrift, Ontario, 2000 Polaris. He has been competitive all weekend long and shows that once again. DJ Saluk is on the 16 in the second spot, not within striking distance of the 88 of Curtis Cam out of Ontario. Curtis Cam is moving out there here in race 27. This is your Sportsman 600 class. John Hall and Caden Temple third and fourth at 92 miles per hour. John Hall out of Beausejour third, Caden Temple from Grand Point, Manitoba, fourth on the 14. Curtis Cam not having much problem here. DJ Saluk still second. Then it's the number 13, 14, and the 29 is fifth. 29, Brad Harrison had to go back after a false start, but is doing nicely now. One to go for the 88 of Curtis Cam. Checkered flag is out. The 88's going to win that one. That is Curtis Cam out of Oxdrift, Ontario. DJ Saluk out of Beausejour will be second. Third is the 13, John Hall from Beausejour. 29 and 14, fourth and fifth, Brad Harrison and Caden Temple rounding out the top five. Caden Temple on the 14, finishing fifth. He is out of Grand Point, Manitoba, on a 1996 Skidoo. Right there in the Sportsman 600 class. All right, we're going to poll. What do we call sled drivers? Look on your cooldown.tv. Should they be called riders? Should they be called drivers? Did you include pilots there, Anthony? How about pilots? Other. So we could choose other. It could be pilots. It could be whatever. But what do you actually call somebody that races a snowmobile? Now, when I trail rode back in the day, snowmobiles, I rode snowmobiles. I was a rider. Not to influence the vote, but I drove my car or truck to the trail with my snowmobile in the truck. So I drove my truck, you know, where you drop off your sled, but I think I rode my sled after that like I rode my motocross bike. All right, we'll get to the lineup already. I told you not to get me started. Here we go. Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open on the track. The 7 is Ryan Gibson. He's been dominant this weekend. 29 is Corey Johnson. 22 is Zach Jasek from Beausejour. The 69 is Mike Denny. 43 is Rob Clark. The 26 is Kristen Campbell. 14, Nick Campbell out of Beausejour. 22 is Mike Verbruge. The 44, Ethan Clark. And the 65 is Cody Whitechuck. That is your lineup for your Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open. 43 is leading Rob Clark. Ryan Gibson has mostly been up front on that number 7, but he is currently second. Ryan Gibson on the 7 is second, but watch for him to strike. Rob Clark, Gibson. Here comes the 44 of Ethan Clark on the inside of Gibson. Great racing for second and third as they throw him in sideways, almost dirt track style. 71 miles per hour. What a race up front, the 43, 7, and 44. You could put a blanket over those three. Don't forget, these things are open wheels. They are moving right along here. Race 28 on your schedule. Mackenzie Diesel ATV open action. White flag is out. Gibson on the number 7. Then it's Ethan Clark, followed by the 65 of Cody Whitechuck now. Checkered flag for the number 7, Ryan Gibson. Then it's 44, followed by 65, 43, and the 29 of Corey Johnson finishing 5th. Corey Johnson finishing 5th on the 29. There's the 26, Kristen Campbell. The 14, Nick Campbell. 69 across. That is Mike Denny out of Winnipeg on the Yamaha. That'll do it for Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open Racing. All right, we are now going to go to an intermission break. You can get on over to the concession or to the beer garden, that is the Moose Den, or you can stick around and watch a little bit of Snowcross action. Got a demonstration race for some vintage Snowcrossers. In this one, the 829 is Jesse Pescatelli out of Selkirk, the 44 Ethan Clark, 54 is Julian Lavoie, the 14 is Jack Desatel, the 159 is Theo Desatel. 39 is Rylan Radish out of Flin Flon, Manitoba. 503 is Andy Meyer, the 256 of Corey Perrant, and the 40 is Ryan Kraus out of Oakbank. It is intermission time, so again, you can stick around, watch some Snowcross racing, or grab yourself some hot to eat or cold to drink. Don't forget, the track ride will be going on. You can board the bus near the Moose Den and get a ride around the racetrack and the pit area. That is the Access Credit Union track ride along over at the Moose Den. That's where the bus lines up.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
I'm Lee by the Valley, and I'm protected by FAST.
That does not hurt on these sleds, but they ride a little different, of course, than a motocross bike would. Okay, Anthony, I know we're turned off right now on cooldown.tv with the live broadcast. Are we on? Oh, we are going live. Perfect. Okay. So we've got that poll going. Riders versus drivers. Where are we at here on the poll? Do you have a number for me? 50% drivers, 39% riders. And someone said other. I wonder what the... Well, they are racers. They're all racers. So here's Snowcross now. Now, we're not putting that in the poll. But are they Snowcross riders or Snowcross drivers? They're riders. They're riders. If they are motocross riders, they're definitely snowcross riders because it's one and the same. You know what I say. If you can swing your leg over it, you're a rider. If you got to get into it, you're a driver. So at Outlaw 600, you're a driver. I'm not trying to influence the vote. I just want to be right for once. I am married, so I'm just trying to be right for once. Oh, we got a crash. Nobody's taking the inside on the left side of that track. Nobody looking to go for a swim. Checkered flag is out. Julian Lavoie on the 54 on the Articat out of St. George. Here's to take the checkered flag there. That's pretty wild. That'll do it for your first Viert Landscaping Snowcross demonstration. Many thanks to Viert Landscaping for all of their help in putting this together here in 2026. Many thanks going out to the Broken Head Trailblazers as well. They built the track, and they have a 50-50 draw going as well at rafflebox.ca. So hats off to the Broken Head Trailblazers for all their help. There's the Beausejour Handy Van. You can board that at Intermissions over at the Moose Den. Get a ride around the track. Check things out. Ride around the pits. Do check that out as well. It is intermission time. So we got another vote on this poll on cooldown.tv. It's an other vote. Sled jockeys. Well, you know, you ride a horse, you ride a sled, so perhaps you're a jockey. Who has the correct answer? That's what the cameraman said. Our cameraman? We ride a snowmobile, we drive an Outlaw. Sure. Do we ride a car or drive a car? Exactly. We'll get it figured out. That's pretty close this year. Now we're 46% driver, 42% rider. Way too close this year. I think that's the closest ever. I think it's one and the same, right? Just a little bit of fun. Like to hear what the audience thinks on cooldown.tv. Great to have them with us, and we like them to participate. What do we got here? Let's look at the bottom of the screen and we have it around the facility too, don't we? This poll we're doing, do you ride a snowmobile or drive a snowmobile? What's this? Chris Seymour, 33. You ride a snowmobile, but drive an Outlaw 600. Okay, fair. Playing with technology up here. This is fun. What is this? Alan Pierschella, 4296, says, riding a sled can sometimes be like being on a bucking bronco. Just saying. Very accurate. But you notice what he said. Riding a sled can sometimes be like being on a bucking bronco. Because you don't drive a horse, you ride a horse. And if a horse bucks, you're riding it. And a sled bucks, you're riding it. You know what I'm going to say. Great comments. It's great when our viewers get involved. What's the numbers here on our poll? Driver versus rider. $47 drivers, 44 riders. Well, it's getting close. Save a skidoo, ride a cowboy. So, rider. Yeah, it says safe. I think he meant save. You know, like the song? Okay, I Am Joe TV says, if you're in a cab, who gets in a cab these days? Anyway, if you're in a cab, buckled in and have a wheel, you're a driver. Oh, I thought he meant like taxi cab. That's what I was talking about. But if you're mounting open air and handlebars, you're a rider. Okay. I Am Joe TV. Maybe next time we'll say if you're in a cockpit. Because cab reminds me of taxi, and I don't do taxis. 30 below or no 30 below, I'm walking if I have to. No chance. Here we go, we're back at the 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Just saw a great snowcross demonstration in the infield, and now we will move to the big boys here in ProChamp 440. Race number 30, ProChamp 440, round 2, heat 1. 21 is going to be Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. And next, the 220 Gunnar Stern is out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo. The 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbell Sport. The number 3 is Danique Lambert. Danique is from Sorel Tracy, Quebec. And out of Chisago City, Minnesota, the number 6 is Gavin Peterson. Riding 75C is Calvin Cook. The 16 is DJ Saluk. And the 29 is Ashton Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin. 5 laps the scheduled distance in this one. ProChamp 440s are on deck. And we've got movement on the start line. We're going to try this one more time in race number 30. Not a good start as of yet. Racing, you're a driver, riding is for trails. What if you're racing around the trails? Sure you are. There's more racing on the trail than anything. Try this one again for race 30, ProChamp 440 for FXR. And here we go. Looks like troubles for the 29, 39, 29. Should be 29, yep. Ashton Christensen to our right on the front straightaway. Gunnar Stern. Then the 3 and the 75 of Calvin Cook. Danique Lambert in the second spot. The Skelton number 3 out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. 100 miles per hour. Connor Stern is flying. Kevin Peterson in 4th. 39X Justin Peterson in 5th currently. Gunnar Stern, though, after a dominant performance last night in the final, is looking pretty sharp here today. The Red Bull Skidoo out of West Chicago, Illinois. Looking slick. White flag, 1 to go. Nobody within striking distance of the leader. Danique Lambert, Cook on the 75C is out of Dayton, Minnesota. What a great ride here by Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. He will take checkers in this one. Danique Lambert second, Calvin Cook, then the 39X. Justin Peterson, 21 of Tyler Obi, unofficially 5th in race number 30. ProChamp 440 round 2, heat 1. That was 5 laps of dominance by Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. Race 31 on deck coming up momentarily. All right, here we go with race 31. Out of Beausejour, the number 24 will be Jordan Sobetsky. And out of Wisconsin on a wall chassis, this is Will Garceau. The 35 is Dylan Barron on a Wall Brothers Racing chassis. Also on a wall, the C21 out of Nino, Wisconsin, is Brandon Christensen. The 26 is Quinn Whitechuck from Beausejour. That is the 2026 Skidoo. The 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Team PDF out of Roseau, Minnesota. Sponsored by Haugen Family Farms. 79 is Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec on the Polaris. And keep your eyes on this guy, Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota on the 28. This is going to be a good one for race number 31, ProChamp 440, round 2, heat number 2. And we're green. A great start by the 31 and the 79. Will Garceau on the 31. The 79, Sabrina Blanchette, in a great big hurry. And Matt Gady right there as well. Gady to the outside of turn 4. Will Garceau on the inside of turn 1 and 2 gets a excellent drive. Very smooth through 1 and 2 and maintains that lead over a charging number 28 of Matt Gady. Here comes Gady to the inside. Gady to the inside of turn number 1 and makes it stick so far and takes over the lead. Matt Gady is your new leader. 95 miles per hour on the previous lap. Brandon Christensen on the Century 21 entry is 4th, chasing down Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec in 3rd. White flag is out, 1 more to go. Will Garceau on the 31 in the 2nd spot. That is a Wall Brothers Racing chassis in 2nd spot. Matt Gady on the 2025 Skidoo. And Gady will take checkers, followed by the 31 of Garceau. Sabrina Blanchette, Brandon Christensen, Sobetsky, and Barron. Dylan Barron out of the top 5, out of Anola, Manitoba on a Wall chassis. Pretty competitive racing there in race 31. All right, we've got a sled on the inside of turn 1. 221, that is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Team PDF sled. Of course, Team PDF is based in Roseau, Minnesota. And they are sponsored by Haugen Family Farms. Now, Team PDF campaigns 2 sleds in the ProChamp division, the 9 Dane Klinger and the 221 of Reed Klinger. And both those Klingers are out of Wisconsin, but the team is based in Roseau, Team PDF. Race 32 coming up. ProChamp 440 once again, before we move to F500s for 3 races. The number 9 is going to be Dane Klinger. Dane is on the Team PDF ProChamp sled, number 9. The 30 is going to be Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. He is sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, Polaris, and FXR. The 27X is from Brookline, New Hampshire. This is the Perry chassis of Spencer Landry. Spencer Landry on the 27X. The number 8 is the MPH Racing entry of Travis McDonald out of Lockport. That is the Skidoo. The 111 is Tanner Foss out of Greenbush on the Wall Brothers Racing sled. And rounding it out is the 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec on the Skidoo. All right, Riley Baker, our head flagman, going to look him over and turn him loose here. 5 laps. Looks like a great start for the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris of Tanner Foss. Racing through turn 3 and 4 now and down the straightaway. Tanner Foss being pursued by Blaine Stevenson. Stevenson is second. 27X is Spencer Landry out of Brookline, New Hampshire. In the third spot so far. Up there as well is the number 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde and the 8 of Travis McDonald out of Lockport, Manitoba. Good racing action in the top 5 here. 97 miles per hour on that circuit. Travis McDonald on the MPH Racing. Number 8 is 4th and might be gaining on 3rd place now. .27X closing on the 111 for the number 1 spot. We've got ourselves a great race here. Tanner Foss, the 27X, the 102, the 8, and the 48 in the top 5. What a finish there. That was close. Well, that'll conclude some ProChamp action for a while. We'll have to do a last chance qualifier a little later on to get them into the main event, or out of the main event, depending on their finish. Here we go now with race 33. Triton Air and Mechanical F500 action. Round 2, Heat 1. 135 is going to be Blair McDonald. The 757 is Jace Lair out of Medford, Wisconsin. The 29, this is Oliver Davis from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. The 25 is Richard Kancerick out of Dryden, Ontario. Riding 48X out of Eagle River, Wisconsin will be Rich Mork. And the 2B is Dylan Bradner from Medford, Wisconsin. Hailing from Lancaster, Minnesota on an 89 GPR, the 434 is Miranda Peterson. And rounding out the field, the 257 is Brad Kolchak out of Medford, Wisconsin. That's your lineup for race 33. Triton Air and Mechanical F500s. Riley's going to look him over on the starting line. Here we go. .257 from the outside. Brad Kolchak out of Medford, Wisconsin, checking out. Miranda Peterson on the 434 was right there for a while as they come through turn 3 and 4. 257 is your leader. The 2B is Dylan Bradner. The 757, Chase Lair. Turn 3, we got a rider down. And we'll get our safety personnel over to turn number 3. I did not see what happened on that incident, but we have our safety personnel attending already. All right, we're going to get Criticar over to the number 3 corner to attend to the rider. We'll bring you updates just as soon as we possibly can, we promise. Certainly appeared over there that the rider was moving. They're just going to do some precautionary work here, of course. Safety is first at all CPTC events. And again, we'll give you an update just as soon as we can. Want to remind you the 50-50 draw will occur tonight. After the races tonight, we will head on over to the community hall for a nice meal. Tickets are available at the door for that. And we will, of course, have our award ceremony and trophies. All right, we understand the sled involved over there is the number 25 of Richard Kanceruk out of Dryden, Ontario. And we'll be back with an update here as our paramedics tend to the scene in turn number 3. During the break, you're free to visit our Moose Den. That is the beer garden serving Twisted Tea and Moosehead products. We also have some CPTC promo wear. Our concession is delicious. You'll want to check that out. That is located underneath the grandstands. The food there is awesome. All right, evaluation currently going on inside the Criticare EMS van. So what's happening right now is they are planning on a transfer, so we would be waiting in that case for another ambulance to come to do the transfer. So there could be a bit of a delay. If you want to head to the concession or the beer garden or visit the Cobra Pit area, we could be away for a little bit here, but we'll give you updates just as soon as we can when we intend to go back to racing. DJ Saluk outside on the black 16. Looks like the 75 of Calvin Cook with a great start there as they head on down the back chute into turns 3 and 4. Moving right along here in race 31. ProChamp 440, USSA Polestar Cup action. Travis McDonald in the second spot and getting a little sideways in turn 1 and 2. The Wall Brothers Racing 111 in the third spot. That is Tanner Foss. Great racing here in the top 3 in race 31. Danique Lambert is fourth on the number 3. 96 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Ticking off the laps here. All right, we could be underway a little quicker than we first anticipated, as I see on the highway another ambulance pulling in for the transfer. So we will be a few minutes yet to resume the races, but good news, the ambulance is here already. I can see it pulling in with the lights and the siren. Calvin Cook on the 75, managing so far to hold off the number 8 of Travis McDonald out of the Lockport, Manitoba area. Tanner Foss holding on to that third spot on the Wall Brothers Racing, number 111. White flag is out. 1 to go. Danique Lambert with a run on third place here now. Your leaders exiting turn number 4. This is going to be a good one. Your winner is going to be the 75, followed by Travis McDonald, the 111 of Foss, and the 3 of Danique Lambert. Unofficially 5th. And rounding out the top 5 is the 16 of DJ Saluk. Well, we have completed one lap in race 33, Triton Air and Mechanical F500 racing. And we're going to go racing here momentarily once again. The ambulance transfer has been successful. And Riley Baker, our head flagman, going to signal him over here to the start line. There's the 257 of Brad Kolchak. 2B is Dylan Bradner out of Medford. 757, Chase Lair. There's the 434. That is Miranda Peterson. The 135 is Blair McDonald. Blair is out of Ile-des-Shane. And the 48 is Rich Mork out of Eagle River on the 90 Polaris. The 48X, Rich Mork. .434, Miranda Peterson gets a good start from a little ways back. As we are ticking off the laps now, 1 down, 4 to go. Next up will be race 34, Triton Air and Mechanical F500. Then race 35, more F500 racing. Brad Kolchak is leading. Dylan Bradner's on the 2B. That is your top two so far, the 135. Blair McDonald in the third spot. Blair is out of Ile-des-Shane on an 89 Polaris. .757 up to join the party. That is Chase Lair challenging the 135 at 80 miles per hour on the previous lap. One to go for the 257 of Brad Kolchak. Dylan Bradner, then the 757 in third is Jace Lair. Blair McDonald losing that top three spot on the 135. There it is. The 257 is going to win it. Brad Kolchak. Dylan Bradner on the 2B will come second. Third, the 757. Then the 48 of Mork and the 135 fifth. Blair McDonald out of Ile-des-Shane, Manitoba on a 1989 Polaris. So race 33 finally in the books there as we get set to move to race 34. More F500 racing for Triton Air and Mechanical. The 757 will be Hannah Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 99 is Connor Bauman from Mosinee, Wisconsin. 29 is Brad Harrison from Enola. The 02, this is Mike Favorite from Eagle River. Riding the 52 is Caleb Smith. The 25 is Kyler Kubek. The 10 is Derek Meyer. And the 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. That is your lineup for race 34. Triton Air and Mechanical F500 action set to come your way. Getting set to go for race 34 for Triton Air and Mechanical. Keep your eyes on the 10 on the inside. That is Derek Meyer. He'll be looking for a good start and to be first to the first corner. .25 has other ideas. Kyler Kubek out of Wisconsin with the whole shot. Kyler Kubek with a real good start. Perfect reaction time. Derek Meyer's got the lead. The 25 is second. Kyler Kubek into the second spot after getting the hole shot. Good racing for 4th, 5th, and 6th into turn number 3. Here in race 34 for Triton, Air and Mechanical. Look at the battle between the 98 of Nick Kurth and the 99 of Bauman. 81 miles per hour. This race scheduled for 5 laps. Leader is still the 10, the 25. Brad Harrison out of Enola is third. The 98 and 99 continue to fight. Connor Bauman on the 99, Nick Kurth out of Wausau on the 98. White flag, one to go for the 10. Mike Favorite is on the 0-2 in the 6th spot. Mike is out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Checkered flag is out. It's going to go to Meyer, followed by the 25 of Kubek. Then Harrison, the 98, 99, 02, and number 52. 52, Caleb Smith out of Eganville, Ontario. 1989 Polaris. Hannah Cook crossing the line on the 757 out of Dayton, Minnesota. That'll do it for race 34. One more race in Triton Air and Mechanical F500 class, and that is race 35 coming up next. Here's your lineup. The C21 is going to be Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. On the 9 is Stefan Carignan out of Winnipeg. The 727 is Marcus Iverson from Langdon, North Dakota. And the 34 is Colton Niewolny from Medford. The 7 is Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. The 1140 is David Strand out of Ironwood, Michigan. Riding the 22 is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, and the 11 is Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan on a 1990 Polaris. Race 35 has arrived. Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin, turning the 7 around. Riley Baker, our head flagman, looking things over at the starting line. And here we go. Good start for the 11. Ben Meyer on the 11, being pursued by the 22 of Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. .34 is Colton Niewolny. He is third. Racing in race 35, Triton Air and Mechanical F500 class. Brandon Christensen on the C21 is fourth. The 7, Marcus Catlin is fifth. Marcus Catlin on the 7 out of Merrill, Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris in the 5th position. Great battle up front. 22 of Colton Abraham is all over Meyer for the lead. 80 miles per hour, 8-0 on the last lap. White flag coming out this time. Here comes your leaders. And the 22 has got the 11 here. The 34 is still third, Colton Niewalny. Brandon Christensen fourth, the 7 and the 1140 of David Strand in the top 6. Carignan seventh. Colton Abraham followed by the 11 of Meyer. Neil Walney in the top 3. Neil Walney will finish third. Christensen fourth. Marcus Catlin fifth. Unofficially, that'll do it for race 35. A total of 5 laps done in that one. Pro Formula 3 coming up for race 36. This is the World Championship class, of course, in Eagle River, but not for the Canadian Powered Toboggan Championships. We do that in the ProChamp class for race 54. Don't forget about our fan appreciation draw. We'll be giving away $500 after the 54th and final race of the day. You must be in the grandstands to get your free ticket, and you must be in the grandstands when we draw it to claim your $500 if you win. All right, race 36, Pro Formula 3 coming up. 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Riding the 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. The 29 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. And scratch the 220 of Gunnar Stern on the Red Bull Skidoo. He will not appear on the 220 here. 54 is Ryan McKegg out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. 111, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, is Tanner Foss. Matt Gady is on the Skidoo out of New Germany, Minnesota. That is number 28. And the 102 is Blaine Stevenson, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, Polaris, and FXR. That Blaine Stevenson is out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Getting set to go, Pro Formula 3, round 1 for 5 laps. Tanner Foss on the 111, blasts out of the gate. Wall Brothers Racing, Polaris, FXR, Walker Evans 111 with a tremendous start. Here comes the 29 of Joey Birch. The Mount Pleasant, Michigan entry. Oh, we got a red. Turn 2. We believe that to be the 28 of Matt Gady. All right, I don't believe the critic error is needed this time around. Thank gosh. So, all the attention focused in turn 2 on the 28 of Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. Looks like Gady tapped into the back of somebody in turn 1 and 2, and off the sled he went. So there's a good shot of Gady at the exit to the staging area. We're going to go down to cooldown.tv, try to get another replay. Looks like, whoop. Can't get that camera. Okay, well, that'll work. You can see it. Yeah, right into the back. And that's when Gady lost control on the number 28. So we'll try this again in race 36, your Pro Formula 3 class. These sleds were developed for racing in Eagle River, of course, for the World Championship class. Factories wanted something a little bit more resembling a production sled. These are kind of a snowcross sled that have been converted for ice ovals, but they figured it would appeal to the public just a little bit more. So Eagle River runs these classes, or this class, for a World Championship class, and we run our Canadian Championships with the ProChamps, which are a little more exotic, a little more one-off, if you will. There's the DL Racing 29, Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Wall Brothers Racing 111, Tanner Foss. Blaine Stevenson from the same team. On the 102, there's the 221, Reed Klinger. DL Racing 54, Ryan McKeag. The 6 of Gavin Peterson. And the 28 of Matt Gady is going to try this again. This time from the outside of the straightaway. Tanner Foss once again with a great start. We are racing in turn 3 and 4 for race 36. Pro Formula 3, round 1 for 5 laps. Joey Birch in the second spot, trying to chase down the 111 of Tanner Foss. We've got a bobble in turn 1 and 2. 93 miles per hour on the previous lap. Joey Birch on the 29. TL Racing entry in the first spot. Tanner Foss, then Blaine Stevenson, a pair of Wall Brothers Racing Polarises, second and third. Reed Klinger on the 221 up there as well. White flag is out. .102 on the inside for the second spot. 96 miles per hour on the previous lap. As your leaders come around to take the checkered flag now. It's going to be the 29 with a good run. Joey Birch takes the win. Blaine Stevenson on the 102. 102 might have needed one more lap there. We're not sure, but good performance and a good race in your race 36, the Pro Formula 3 class. All right, here we go. Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open. This is the final for 5 laps. Scratch the 22 of Mike Verbrugge. He is out. The 69 will be in. That is Mike Denny. The 7, Ryan Gibson. The 43, Rob Clark out of Beausejour. Also appearing, the 29, Corey Johnson from Oakbank out of Beausejour. The 22 is Zach Jasek. Ethan Clark on the 44. And the 14, Nick Campbell out of Beausejour. As is Cody Whitechuck on the 65. And Kristen Campbell out of Beausejour as well on the 26. Told the 22 will not be there. There was two number 22s. The 22 on the outside with the big wheelie, Zach Jasek. We think. Two number 22s, one is scratched. Mike Verbruge. Your Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open scheduled for 5 laps here. Ryan Gibson being followed by the 44 of Ethan Clark. Clark in the second spot. Gibson has been dominant on that number 7 Honda all weekend long. There's your leader, Gibson. 65 is Cody Whitechuck in the third spot. Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open Racing. Ryan Gibson, 44 Clark, 65 of Whitechuck, the 29 of Corey Johnson. Those are your top 4. 14 in the 5th spot is Nick Campbell. Campbell out of Beausejour, running in the top 5. One to go here. Your leader is Gibson. 7, 44, 65, and 29, your top 4. 14 and the 26 having a battle. 14 is Nick Campbell. The 26 is Kristen Campbell. And your winner is going to be the 7. That is Ryan Gibson, the 44. Ethan Clark, 65. Cody Whitechuck, 3rd. 29, Corey Johnson out of Oakbank, 4th. Nick Campbell. 26, Kristen Campbell. 22, Zach Jasek. There's the 69. That is Mike Denny out of Winnipeg on the 2008 Yamaha. And the 43, sounding a bit down on power, that's Rob Clark out of Beausejour. $88 votes at our poll now. 88 on cooldown.tv. 51% call them drivers, 42% call them riders. Okay. Well, that's relatively close. Well, it is now time for a Quebec's grooming break, and it is also time for Viert Landscaping Snowcross demo. You can get down to the concession.
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bombers store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience today.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
Did you know that Moosehead is 100% owned, 100% packaged, and 100% brewed in Canada? Now, I'm no mathematician, but I would say that that would make Moosehead 300% Canadian. Makes you think.
Don't forget, we have the track ride along as well going on. You want to board by the Moose Den. You can get a ride around in the handy van. And, of course, a little pit tour. So that is available over by the Moose Den. That is our track ride along for Access Credit Union. Once again, a quick reminder in the pit area, race 39, 40, 41, all are ProChamp races. If you're in those races, you will want to be in staging. And that'll do it for your Viert Landscaping Snowcross demo. Don't forget, tickets available for 50/50 here today. Also, Beer Garden open. You can get your 50/50 tickets there. Concession area is open as well. Don't forget our CPTC photo booth contest. You can post your photo booth picture. Don't forget to tag CPTC Racing and CPTC March 2026. Winner will be announced Wednesday, March 11th at 6. And the prizes, of course, 2 weekend passes to December 2026 home opener. And the CPTC merchandise tent will lend a hand and give you some CPTC merchandise. Photo booth courtesy of Foursquare Photo. And if you visited the photo booth yesterday, you need to download your photos, and there are QR codes located throughout the facility here to download your photos for the CPTC photo booth contest. All right, we're back here for the 64th running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships for FXR. Race 39, ProChamp 440, round 3, heat number 1 for 5 laps. Here's how it lines up. The 29 is Ashton Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin, on a Skidoo. Also on a Skidoo, the 8 is Travis McDonald. Travis is from Lockport on the MPH Racing entry. Number 30 is Jocelyn Rafke out of Wausau, the 111, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, Polaris, and FXR, is Tanner Foss. And aboard the number 3 from Sorel Tracy, Quebec, is Danique Lambert. 221, Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. He rides for Team PDF out of Roseau, Minnesota, sponsored by Haugen Family Farms. And the 28, Matt Gady, is out of New Germany, Minnesota, on that good-looking Skidoo. Rounding out the field, also a very, very fast Skidoo. This is the Red Bull entry of the 220 of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. The Red Bull Skidoo 220 getting set to go. Looks like Tanner Foss, the Wall Brothers Racing 111. He has had good starts all day. Here comes Gady and the 220 of Stern. What a battle in 3 and 4 already. Gunnar Stern into the second spot. Matt Gady is third. 97 miles per hour as it looks like Stern is on the move once again. There's Stern on the outside of Foss. Gunnar Stern has had plenty of speed here and is showing it once again as that Red Bull Skidoo is simply flying out there. Matt Gady is all over the 111 of Tanner Foss. 98 miles per hour on the previous lap. Yesterday we saw speeds of 103 miles per hour. Travis McDonald trying to join the top three party as he is challenging Gady. The MPH Racing Skidoo alongside the 28, and they are getting at it as well. What a great race that is. Gunnar Stern takes checkers. Foss, Gady, McDonald, and the 29 of Ashton Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin round out the top five. What a race there in the top five. That was a lot of fun to watch. Last night's feature main event was phenomenal. While current temperatures here in Beausejour, 5.5 degrees Celsius, 41.9 Fahrenheit. Pretty warm. And sunset a little later as a result of daylight savings time. Wow, look at the pot in the 50-50 draw we've been talking about all day. It is now up to $13,575. Winner gets half. So we still have time to drive that pot up here today. 50-50 raffle is drawn March 8th, which is today. And that'll be at 6:05 p.m. All right, just having a look at the racetrack. Talking about a bit of a rough spot in turn one maybe, so they just wanted to check that out. Of course, as we always say, safety is first here at all CPTC events, so want to make sure we got everything covered as much as we can. Racing is a inherently dangerous sport, but we certainly do try our best all of the time. Here's race 40, more ProChamp action. Dylan Barron is on the 35. He is out of Enola, Manitoba, on the Wall Brothers chassis. 21 is Tyler Obi. That is the Skidoo. Riding a 2026 Polaris out of Drummondville, Quebec, is Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette on the number 79. Riding the 26 is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. The 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde from St. Jude, Quebec. And the 24 out of Beausejour is Jordan Sobetsky. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson, the Wall Brothers Racing entry, and Will Garceau is on the number 31. Getting set to go with race number 40. All right. Jordan Sobetsky on the 24, a local rider. He is the 2021 ProFormula 500 champion. Likes to ride dirt bikes and race go-karts in his spare time. Sponsored by Oak Bank Auto Body and Auto Stripe, along with Beausejour GM and Team Woodies. Green flag being displayed. Will Garceau out of Wisconsin leads the 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. 98 miles per hour for your race leader. Good racing up front for 1 and 2. Sabrina Blanchette. Dylan Barron in the top 5. This race scheduled for 5 laps as Blaine Stevenson continues to work on Garceau. Quinn Whitechuck in the 5th spot. Ryder heavy into turn 1. I just saw the very tail end of that. Looks like the rider is up or moving around. We will try to get you a number on that sled. I just saw the very end of that happening. The rider separated from the sled. And the sled and the rider both going through the bales. I think that is Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. Definitely tall enough to be Jordan Sobetsky. All right, we've got a bit of work to do in turn number 1 now. Jordan Sobetsky going to head back to the pit area. I believe he'll be done for this one. As the riders converge over at the exit of the staging area. Working race number 40 in the Pro Champs. Race 41 will be more Pro Champ racing. Then we'll move to IFS 440X action. Then your Triton Aaron Mechanical F500 Last Chance Qualifier. Then ProFormula 3 Round 2 for 5 laps. Then we will do another grooming break with a Viert Landscaping Snowcross demonstration. 54 races are on the schedule here today. We are in race number 40. Don't forget the fan appreciation draw for our final race. That is race number 54 for the Pro Champs. You need to be in the grandstands before the Pro Champ 440 final for a free ticket to win $500. The winner must be on site in the grandstand to claim the prize. Yeah, we should talk about those results, of course. We do try to get everybody in when we're announcing them, but you can check it on the intermission breaks at cooldown.tv and also on the Facebook page, right? They do update that regular, don't they, Chris? So all the results are there as well pretty pronto. It is a bit of a process to get everything posted. Ooh, okay, so we got 113 votes now in our drivers versus riders poll. And what did you say, Anthony? 54% drivers, 40% riders. So we got 6% others, pilots, jockeys, people, crazy people, persons. There you go. Well, it looks like we're getting the mess cleaned up in turn number 1. Many thanks going out to FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead along with Twisted Tea, the Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, White Chuck Carpentry, Ron's Marine, Century 21 Sun Country Realty, Lanson Pools, Oakbank Hearing Center, Westside Power Sports, Fort Garry Industries, Quebex, Al Meisner Limited, the RM of Broken Head in the town of Beausejour. There is the 24 of Sobetsky. That sled is heading back to the pit area. All right, there's the 31 for race number 40. Will Garceau out of Wisconsin. Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers Racing 102. Sabrina Blanchette, Dylan Barron, 26. Of course, is Quinn Whitechuck. Tyler Obi on the 21. And the 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde. Bad Bunny Philippe Roy Lalonde. White flag is out for the 31 of Will Garceau. Blaine Stevenson right there putting immense pressure on the leader. 96 miles per hour as Stevenson takes a poke at the 31 coming out of turn number 4 now. Will Garceau, the 102, then Sabrina Blanchette in the top 3 there in race 40 for the ProChamp 440s. That was round 3, heat number 2. Race 41 on deck. ProChamp 440, round 3, heat 3. 5 laps will be the distance. And aboard the number 6 will be Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. The 9 is Dane Klinger out of Athens. The 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. And out of Brookline, New Hampshire, the 27X is Spencer Landry. Aboard the C21 is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. The 75C is Calvin Cook from Dayton, Minnesota. And the 39X is Justin Peterson from Campbellsport, Wisconsin on the Hool chassis. Race 41. Good looking 27X of Spencer Landry. Spencer all the way from Brookline, New Hampshire. There's a 2026 Perry chassis. Oop. Well, of course, I don't make the calls from up here, but I could tell by one rider's reaction that they were guilty. So we're going to try it again in race 41. We got a viewer sitting by the pool in Las Vegas watching the races. That's pretty cool. Tell them to vote on our poll. I guess they don't have their laptop. Maybe they're watching it on TV. Who knows? Many thanks to the crew at CoolDown.tv for all their support of this event each and every year. So we get lined up again, the 6, the 9, and the 16 of DJ Saluk. There's the 39X of Justin Peterson. He's out of Campbell Sport. Gavin Peterson and Dane Klinger get away quickly. This is race 41. "97 miles per hour according to the radar gun. ProChamp 440, round 3, heat 3 for FXR. "27X on the move, Spencer Landry into third. Dane Klinger on the Team PDF ProChamp sled, sponsored by Haugen Family Farms, looking good in the number 1 spot. 27X is really moving. Spencer Landry out of Brookline, New Hampshire, has that Perry chassis just a hummin'. Dane Klinger still your leader. Spencer Landry on the 27X is second. Checkered flag for the 9 of Dane Klinger. 27X, the 39, the 6, and the C21 of Brandon Christensen. Calvin Cook on the 75, 6th. 16, DJ Saluk unofficially 7th there. As they head back to the pit area, we will have a last chance qualifier for the ProChamp 440s before race 54. Final race of the day, where we will find out who will win today's 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. All right, we have race 42 up on the schedule. This will be IFS 440X action, round 4 for 5 laps. And riding in this one, the 79, Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. The 481 is Calvin Cook from Dayton, Minnesota. The 65 is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Riding the 223 is Adam Braun. That is an 81 Kawasaki. The 80 is Joe Presta. Joe is from Whitemouth, Manitoba on a Skidoo. The other 481, Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont on the Arctic Cat. Dylan Barron, we're told, is a scratch on the 35. Dylan Barron is out for race 42 in the IFS 440X class. Ooh, tough break for the Arctic Cat. The number 481, Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont. That's pretty rare for that rider to do that off the starting line. Something wrong with that sled, apparently. Joe Presta showing the way, Sabrina Blanchette. And the 65 of Cody Whitechuck. Sleds are traveling at 96 miles per hour. Joe Presta, Sabrina Blanchette, Cody Whitechuck, 1, 2, 3 on the track right now. This is round 4 for 5 laps. Presta is on the throttle and has a good lead here. .223, Adam Braun out of Winnipeg rides by on the 81 Kawasaki. Presta takes the white flag, as does Sabrina Blanchette. Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour on the 73 Polaris, third, also takes the white flag. Joe Presta picks up the win in the IFS 440X. 79, Sabrina Blanchette second, third to 65, Cody Whitechuck. And that'll about do it. Left on the track should be the 223 of Adam Braun. There he is, Adam Braun on the 223 out of Winnipeg. His 1981 Kawasaki heading to the pit area as we need the recovery sleigh over to the front straightaway for the Articat, the number 481 of Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont. All right, next up, race number 43. Triton Air and Mechanical F500 Last Chance Qualifier. Now, we're told we're going to start 15 sleds in the final for F500. 10 will be on the front row. 5 will be on the back row. So out of this Last Chance Qualifier, 6 will go to the main event. The winner will go to the front row, one of the 10. The other 5 go to the back row. So, Triton Air and Mechanical F500 Last Chance Qualifier. 5 laps will be the distance here. Riding the C21 is Brandon Christensen. The 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau. From Eagle River, Wisconsin, the 48X is Rich Mork, and the 29 is Brad Harrison out of Enola, Manitoba. The 02 is Mike Favorite. He's from Eagle River. The 7 is Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. The 1140 from Ironwood, Michigan is David Strand. The 135 is Blair McDonald. Blair is from Ile-des-Chênes, Manitoba. 52 is Caleb Smith from Eganville. And the 9 scheduled to start out of Winnipeg on the 91 Skidoo is Stefan Carignan. Stefan Carignan on the number 9 out of Winnipeg. Last chance qualifier, 6 qualifier, will qualify rather, and 1 goes to the first row. The number 1 rider here goes to the first row of the final. Looks like 10 sleds. 4 will not qualify. Here we go. It's tight in turn 1 and 2. The C21 trying to stay low on the racetrack and is successful. That is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin, with a nice drive through turn 1 and 2 right off the start. Don't forget, 6 qualify. Brad Harrison on the 29 in a qualifying spot. Brad Harrison is out of Enola on a 1992 Polaris. There's the 7 in the third spot. That is Marcus Caitlin. '98 moving into the third spot. Nick Kurth. Marcus Catlin, number 7, is 4th. Catlin now in fourth. .79 miles per hour on the previous lap. This is your last chance qualifier for 5 laps in the F500 class. Here comes the 98 of Nick Kurth into second. .135 of Blair McDonald and the 02 of Mike Favorite battling for 5th. A little bit earlier. White flag is out. Christensen, the 98. 29. That is your top 3. Checkered flag is out. C21 is going to take it, followed by the 98, 29, 7, 135, and 02. So that should be the top 6, Anthony, I think. So this is unofficial, but we have it here as Brandon Christensen as the winner, the 98 Nick Kurth second, 29 Brad Harrison third, the 7 of Marcus Catlin fourth, the 135 McDonald fifth, and the 02 of Mike Favorite sixth. So if that becomes official, they will transfer with the C21 going to the front row in the F500 final. All right, one more race before another Veert Landscaping Snowcross demo. And a grooming break, courtesy of Cubex. Okay, race 44, ProFormula 3 coming up, round 2 for 5 laps. Gunnar Stern is going to be a scratch on the 220. Matt Gady should be in on the 28. He is out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 54 is Ryan McKegg. The DL Racing entry is out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. The 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. Riding the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris FXR 102 is Blaine Stevenson. Blaine is out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. 111 is Tanner Foss from Greenbush. Also a Wall Brothers competitor. 221. This is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. And another DL Racing entry, the 29 Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan, on a Polaris. Here we go, we're racing. Tanner Foss on the Wall Brothers Racing 111, always with good starts. And shows it once again there, here in race number 44 on the day of 54. Blaine Stevenson on the 102, sponsored by Polaris and Wall Brothers Racing, with a distinct advantage. Looks like the 28 of Gady with a rare mistake. 96 miles per hour on the previous lap. But a bit of a bobble earlier in turn 1 and 2. Ryan McKegg, the DL Racing 54 second. ProFormula 3 round 2 on the track here for race 44. Blaine Stevenson in the number 1 spot. McKegg, the 28 of Gady. 29 is Joey Birch. 97 miles per hour on the previous lap. Reed Klinger on the 221. White flag out for your leader right now. Blaine Stevenson, who began his snowmobile racing career at the age of 3, moved to the big sleds at the age of 10, takes yet another checkered flag for Wall Brothers Racing. 54 McKegg, then the 29 of Joey Birch. Pair of DL Racing entries, second and third unofficially in race 44, Pro Formula 3 round 2. All right. And we got a last chance qualifier now coming up for our Snowcross. This is our intermission show. If you care to watch, please do stick around. We're going to take a Quebec's intermission break. We invite you over to the concession or to the Moose Den, the beer garden. And we're going to do a bit of last chance qualifying right here in Snowcross. All right, last chance qualifier for Snowcross brought to you by Viert Landscaping. Really like to thank the Broken Head Trailblazers for assembling the track, putting this intermission show together for us here this year for FXR, our corporate sponsor. All right, this last chance qualifier will work this way. You got to get through this last chance qualifier to start in the back row of the 12 sled final. That will occur at the grooming break just before the champ final, race 54. So race 53 on our schedule will be a intermission show. It'll be the final for the Snowcross. And race 54 will be our ProChamp final. Don't forget the fan appreciation draw. You need to be in the grandstands before the ProChamp 440 final for a free ticket to win $500. The winner must be on site in the grandstand to claim your prize. Got somebody from Sweden on cooldown.tv. Did you close that poll yet? Okay, we're going to end that poll right now. Drivers versus riders. And then we don't have to talk about it anymore. 124 votes. 56% drivers. 38% riders. Wow. All right. Well, there you go again. Drivers won out again. I think that's about the third year in a row. All right, coming up after this Quebec's intermission break and the Snowcross last chance, we're going to come back with race 46, ProChamp 440. Last chance qualifier, then the final in the F500 for Triton Air and Mechanical, then the Ice Bike Open, then Pro Formula 3, that'll be a final, Sportsman 600 final, and ProLight final, as well as the Outlaw final. We'll be getting results by text from the Snowcross racers and who will start the final. That text will be coming from Virt Landscaping. Don't forget our CPTC photo booth contest. You can win big with CPTC. Be sure and post your photo booth picture. Tag at CPTC Racing. Use the hashtag CPTC March 2026. Winner will be announced Wednesday, March 11th at 6 p.m. Photo booth by Foursquare Photo. Checkered flag is out on the last chance qualifier, so we'll get the official results and put together a lineup for the final for race 53 at Intermission. It is intermission time as our Quebex groomers continue to work here. We'll be coming back with race 46. ProChamp 40 last chance qualifier. All right, here we go with race 46. We're back at the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. And we are at the Co-op Community Complex in Beausejour, Manitoba. Here's the last chance qualifier, 7 laps in ProChamp 440. The number 8 is Travis McDonald out of Lockport, Manitoba. The 75C is Calvin Cook from Dayton, Minnesota. The C21 is Brandon Christensen. The number 3, Danique Lambert out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. Aboard the number 29 is Ashton Christensen. He is out of Luck, Wisconsin. The 21 is Tyler Obi from Beausejour. Also from Beausejour is the 26 of Quinn Whitechuck. The 6 is Gavin Peterson. Gavin hails from Chisago City, Minnesota. The 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde from St. Jude, Quebec. 35 is Dylan Barron, scheduled to start. The 30 is Jaslyn Rathke. And the 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. He rides the Team PDF sled out of Roseau, Minnesota for Haugen Family Farms. All right, just like the Formula 500s, we're going to qualify 6 to the final here. The winner will go to the front row of the ProChamp final, the other 5 to the back row. So 6 qualify here in ProChamp for FXR. This is your ProChamp 440 last chance qualifier. This is a big one. Looking them over on the starting line and getting set to go. This is race number 46. Heads up, it is tight in turn 1. It looks like Brandon Christensen may be way off the pace after a great start. This one's scheduled for 7 laps. Travis McDonald showing the way, Tyler Obi, and the number 6 in the 3rd spot. That is the top 3. Gavin Peterson, of course, on the number 6. But they've got company in the top 5. Obi in the 2nd spot, the 29 now 3rd. Ashton Christensen, 3rd spot. On the number 29, don't forget the top 6 qualify. 1 to the front row, 5 to the back row in the ProChamp final for race 54. Travis McDonald, Tyler Obi, the 29 to 6 in the top 4 here. Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. Leader traveling at 97 miles per hour on the previous lap. .35 is right there, Dylan Barron. Dylan Barron 5th on the 35 out of the Enola, Manitoba area. Two to go here. Travis McDonald leads Tyler Obi. The MPH Racing Bennett's number 8 looking pretty strong here. One to go, white flag is out. Dylan Barron in the 4th spot. 29 in the top 3, that is Ashton Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin. Travis McDonald takes the win. Obi, the 29, the 35, the 6, and the 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde will all unofficially qualify to the main event. Everybody else will be out. We will make that official for you as soon as we can from our timing and scoring. Travis McDonald with a nice run out of Lockport, Manitoba on the Skidoo. He wants to try to win his first Sunday Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. That will be for race 54 coming up in a little bit. We will now move to race 47, Triton Air Mechanical F500 final. I'll be back with you in just 2 seconds. We just got to get the Snowcross lineup arranged. F500 final, and this is going to be a good one. 15 competitors for 10 laps for race 47. 22 is going to be Colton Abraham, the 10, Derek Meyer out of Michigan. Riding out of Medford, Wisconsin, the 257 will be Brad Kolchak. The 2B is Dylan Bradner from Medford, Wisconsin. Riding 11, Ben Meyer is out of Michigan. The 34 is Colton Niewolny out of Medford, Wisconsin. The 757 is Jace Layer out of Medford, Wisconsin. 25, this is Kyler Kubek from Wisconsin. The 99 is Connor Bauman, and the C21 is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. In the back row, you will find the 98 of Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 29 of Brad Harrison out of Enola. Riding number 7 out of Merrill, Wisconsin will be Marcus Catlin. The 135 is Blair McDonald out of Ile-des-Chênes. And Mike Favorite is out of Eagle River on the 02. Getting set to go, Triton Air Mechanical F500 final event. 10 laps is the distance. Following this, we'll move to the ice bikes, then the ProFormula 3 final, then the Sportsman 600 final, then the ProLights and Outlaws, before our final in the Snowcross at Intermission, and then race 54, our ProChamp final. There's Colton Abraham on the 22, the 10 is there. Derek Meyer getting ready, the 34, Colton Niewolny. The 757, Jace Layer out of Medford, Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris. Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. On the outside, waiting patiently at the line here, Triton Air and Mechanical F500 final is about to get rocking here. Looks like the 34 around the outside. Colton Niewolny out of Medford, Wisconsin with a good start as they begin to sort themselves out on the back chute. 15 competitors for 10 laps in your Triton Air and Mechanical F500 race. One of our more competitive classes here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. You can see the action for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Pretty strong pack on the back straightaway. Newolny followed by the 11 of Meyer, the 10 of Meyer in the 3rd spot. 34 is your leader, however. Colton Newolny having a good run. 82 miles per hour, and Newolny has company now in turn 3 and 4. What a race! Ben Meyer on the 11, chasing down the 34 of Newolny. Oh, we've got a crash on the back chute. Rider pops right up right away, fortunately. Can't see from this vantage point. Oh, that is the number 10 on cooldown.tv. That will be Derek Meyer. Derek Meyer on the 10 has crashed at the exit of turn 2. Take a look now at our cooldown.tv instant replay. Yeah, the 10 right sideways on the track there on our cooldown.tv replay. All right, we're going to take another look here. Anthony's saying the 10 got hit in the back. Derek Meyer on the 10. Where are we? Oh, that's a little better angle. Or did he? Oh, yeah. Might have slowed up, got a little sideways, and got clipped coming out of the turn, and ooh, some pretty slick driving to avoid the accident there. And we'll try it again in race 47. Triton Air Mechanical F500 final is on the track. Want to thank everybody for coming out here today, spending a beautiful Manitoba afternoon with us. We started with 20 races early in the morning, and then we went to our opening ceremonies where we saw some beautiful restored and original vintage sleds. Beausejour Brokenhead Fire Department took part, which was nice, and we've seen some great racing action so far here. We will end it with race 54, the ProChamp 440 final. That will be 15 laps with 15 competitors. There's the 34, Colton Newolny out of Medford. The 11, Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. Colton Abraham is on the 22. Kyler Kubek on the 25. 99 pulling up. That is Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin. Good-looking 257 is Brad Kolchak out of Medford, Wisconsin. 2B, Dylan Bradner. We're going to restart this Triton Aaron Mechanical F500 final. Strong contingents of sleds here as we get set to wave the green flag once again. So far, so good in turn 1 and turn 2. They are clean coming through there. Here they come out of turn 4 now. Look at this race. The 11 of Meyer going by Niewolny. 22 in the third spot is Colton Abraham. And Meyer is your new leader on the 11. Abraham is charging on the 22. Another good race. Colton Niewolny in the third spot on the number 34. 83 miles per hour. Mike Favorite out of Eagle River stops on the inside of the front chute. Tyler Kubek fourth, the 257 fifth. That's Brad Kolchak on the 257. Right now it is the 11 up front and in command. Ben Meyer out of Michigan. Lots of pressure from second place here though. Colton Abraham wants that spot, as does Colton Niewolny on the number 34, but he is dropping back a little bit now. Looks like 2B could be done here. Dylan Bradner pulling off. 2 to go for the 11. 6th place is the number 99 of Connor Bauman. 757 is Jace Lair behind him. White flag, 1 to go for the 11. Colton Abraham second. Niewolny still in third and try to hold on here. .25 going after third. That's Kyler Kubek on the inside. Ben Meyer's going to win it. The 22, Colton Abraham second. 25, Kyler Kubek. 257 fourth, Brad Kolchak with a nice run. That'll do it for your 10-lap Triton Air and Mechanical F500 race. There goes the 2B and the 02 of Mike Favorite off the track after experiencing some sort of mechanical problems. That was race 47. Now we'll move to the ice bikes for race 48. Here come the ice bikes for race 48. The 126 rider will be John Zielinski. The 71 is Kim Hood out of Winnipeg. Tyler Feeblecorn will ride 318. The 219 is Caden Katowicz, and the 489 is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. That is your lineup for the Ice Bike Open Final. 5 laps is the distance for race 48. After this, we have the ProFormula 3 final for 7 laps, Sportsman 600 final for 5 laps, then the ProLight final for 4 laps, then the Outlaw final for 5 laps. Then we'll do an intermission break, our Snowcross final during intermission, and of course, we will come and be done with all of that, and then race 54, ProChamp 440 final, the race we have all been waiting for after an unbelievable final last night here at the Co-op Community Complex. I think we're waiting for one more. Yes, we are. And here we go. Kim Hood on the 71 battling for the lead, but ends up second out of turn 2. Battling out of turn 4 here in the Ice Bike Open, 5 laps. 219 of Katowicz in the number 1 spot. Avery Carr second. Kim Hood third on the Kawasaki. 3-time Canadian motocross champion Kim Hood is third. This one is tight in the top 3. Avery Carr trying to chase down the 219 of Caden Katowicz here. And getting closer. 82 miles per hour on 2 wheels on ice. Great racing up front here. Avery Carr on the 489 is making things interesting. 84 miles per hour on the previous lap. Caden Katowicz continues to lead on the 219, but has heavy pressure from Avery Carr out of Beausejour. White flag coming out this time. This is a great 3-bike battle here. Last half lap. Less than a quarter mile to go here. This is a close one, ladies and gentlemen. Caden Katowicz is going to hold off Avery Carr and Kim Hood to take the win. That is your top 3 in the Ice Bike Open Final. Tyler Feeblecorn comes across in 4th, the 126 5th. That is John Zielinski out of Dugald on the 1990 Honda. That'll do it. Good win for Caden Katowicz on the 219. He was quite dominant all weekend long. ProFormula 3, race 49 on deck. Final for 7 laps. The 111 is Tanner Foss out of Greenbush, riding for Wall Brothers Racing, Polaris, and FXR. The number 54 DL Racing entry is Ryan McKegg. Ryan is from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. 221 is Reed Klinger. Reed is from Athens, Wisconsin. And the 28 is Matt Gady. He is from New Germany, Minnesota on the Skidoo. Gunnar Stern will be a scratch here out of West Chicago. 29, is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan on the DL 2025 Polaris. The 6, Gavin Peterson, is out of Chisago City, Minnesota. And the 102, well, this is Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris FXR Walker Evans entry. Pro Formula 3 final for 7 laps here. Getting warmed up and ready to go here. Pro Formula 3 final. Good start by the 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers Racing entry. Second spot is a 221 Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. That is a 2025 Polaris. Traveling at 98 miles per hour in this 7-lap race. Blaine Stevenson, the 102 is the leader. Klinger, Foss. 29, Jory Birch, the DL Racing entry out of Mount Pleasant, 4th. Looks like the 29 battling hard for the 3rd spot as Stevenson heads on by. 29 is 3rd now, passing the 54 of McKegg. Tanner Foss is 5th. Tanner Foss on the 111, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. Polaris along with FXR in the 5th spot. Stevenson's got things under control. '29 is Joey Birch, the 54. Ryan McKegg out of Sault Ste. Marie. Klinger in the 2nd spot and now drops to 3rd. Here comes the 29 of Joey Birch into 2nd. He makes the pass. White flag is out, 1 to go for your race leader. Blaine Stevenson in the lead, the 29 second, Joey Birch. Klinger 3rd, the 54 McKegg 4th. Checkers out on the Pro Formula 3 class. It's going to go to Blaine Stevenson. Then the 29, 221, 54, and Tanner Foss in 5th with Gady in 6th. Matt Gady 6th spot on the 28 out of New Germany, Minnesota. All right, next up, race 50. We're getting close to the end here. Race 50, Sportsman 600 final for 5 laps. All right, here's your lineup for the Sportsman 600 final for 5 laps. The 23 is Will Manchelenko from St. Malo. Riding the 88 out of Oxdrift, Ontario is Curtis Cam. 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. The 179 is Jason Mackey from Lanigan, Saskatchewan. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz from Dryden. The 16 is DJ Saluk. The number 14 is Caden Temple out of Grand Point, Manitoba. And the 29, this is Brad Harrison from Enola. So that's what we have for race 50. Sportsman 600, 5-lap final. Next up will be the ProLights for 4 laps, then the Outlaws for 5 laps. Outlaws running a overall weekend point series. That will be their final race for race 52 coming up a little later. Great start for the number 88 of Curtis Cam out of Oxdrift, Ontario. Big crash in turn 1. Looks like the rider is fine over there. That is the 16 of DJ Saluk. Tough break for DJ Saluk out of Beausejour, Manitoba. Try to get a replay on that, courtesy of cooldown.tv. There they go off the starting line. Could have been maybe some contact made there. Hard to tell from that angle. But that 16 kind of blew apart, leaving parts all over the racetrack. Maybe look for another angle. What do you think? See how this one looks. Cooldown.tv replay here. Yeah, got into the side of another rider and just tumbled. Barrel rolling sled and a barrel rolling driver. Tough break for the 16 out of Beausejour. Good thing he's okay. Looks like that sled's almost back together. Probably put it on Kijiji or Facebook Marketplace. Never been raced. You know how they do that stuff, right? Never been raced. Not in the last 30 seconds, anyway. There's the 23, Will Manchelenko, up at the line with the 88. 179, Jason Mackey out of Saskatchewan. 08 is Artimowicz. Caden Temple is out of Grand Point. The 29, Brad Harrison. Another good start for the 88 and the 08. Jockeying for position in turn 1 and 2. This is race number 50, your Sportsman 600s. This is the final for 5 laps after a crash on the part of the 16 of DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. Saluk's 2000 Polaris in the pit area now. Curtis Cam, Artimowicz, 1 and 2. Brad Harrison in third on the 29. Brad is from Enola, Manitoba. That is a 2000 Polaris. Curtis Cam not looking back. There's the 23. That is Will Manchelenko currently occupying the 3rd spot. Here in race number 50, your Sportsman 600 final. 88 still showing the way significantly here. In the 5th spot is the 13, John Hall out of Beausejour. These sleds traveling at 92 miles per hour. White flag is out, 1 to go here. The Sportsman 600 final is drawing to a close. 4.5 laps down, less than a half a lap remaining for your race leader, Curtis Cam. '88's going to win it. 08 is second. That's Brad Artimowicz. 23, followed by the 29. So that'll be Will Manchelenko and Brad Harrison getting the job done in the Sportsman 600 final. Looking for the ProLights now for 4 laps. This will be our ProLight 4-lap final. Looking for Derek Meyer on the 10, the 29 Oliver Davis, the 113 of Hannah Westland, and the 25 of Kyler Kubek. Okay, we understand Oliver Davis on the 29, not in this one. If you're in the Outlaw class, you're up next for race 52, right following the ProLights. Then we'll go for a grooming break in our Snowcross final. Looks like the number 13 getting some attention. That would be John Hall out of Beausejour on the 1996 Skidoo. All right, so John Hall will get some help back to the pit area, and we will get on with our ProLight final. 4 laps is the distance. Don't forget our fan appreciation draw for race 54, the ProChamp 440 final. Be in the grandstands before the ProChamp 440 final for a free ticket to win $500. You must be on site in the grandstand to claim your prize. Don't forget, following the race action, we'll do interviews with the winners. And then once everything's shut down, we'll head over to the community hall for a bit of a celebration and a nice dinner. Of course, tickets are available at the door. Beverages and food served. Tickets available for both. And we will hand out trophies and checks to all of the riders. There's Derek Meyer out of Michigamme, Michigan on the 10. Kyler Kubek alongside the 113H, Hannah Westland. So we've got 3 of them. 29 Oliver Davis, a scratch. Looks like Derek Meyer speeding away already. That is a 2000 Skidoo. Ken is your leader. Kyler Kubek is on the 25. Hannah Westland on the 113H. Racing through turns 3 and 4 now. 25 holding out of the second spot. That is Kyler Kubek out of Kewanee, Wisconsin. That is a Perry chassis. Seen a couple of those here this weekend. White flag is out, 1 to go for your race leader. Number 10 of Derek Meyer. It is the 25 second, the 113 of Hannah Westland third. 86 miles per hour. 86 on the last lap for Derek Meyer out of Michigan. And checkered's out for the number 10 of Derek Meyer. Second spot to the 25 of Kyler Kubek. Third to the 113H of Hannah Westland. Next up, your Outlaw final. This is a weekend point series, and it'll wrap up with this final for 5 laps in the Outlaw class. They will use a running start, just like a dirt track sprint car. And they should be ready in staging for race 52. Here they come. The 19 is going to be Chris Plasky. He is from St. Germain, Wisconsin. The 1 is Joe Schneider, also out of the same town. 381 is Chris Soren out of Manitoba, the only Manitoba competitor here. Chris Soren in the 381 is from St. Rita, Manitoba. That is custom built by himself. The 18 is Jason Zadroik out of Eagle River. 3XL is Shorty Curran, 22 Kelly Price, and 44W is David Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. This is your Outlaw final for 5 laps with a running start. And green flag is out. Here we go. Looks like the 19 first to the first corner. Joe Schneider in the 1 on the inside, challenging the leader. We're side by side. Joe Schneider has the lead, the 19 second. Jason Zadroik in the 3rd spot in the 18. $81 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Green flag still being displayed. Joe Schneider the leader, followed by Plasky. Zadroik. This one drawing to a close now with Schneider and Plasky battling the way. Trying to make a move now in turn 3 and 4. This one is close. White flag coming out this time around. Schneider with the lead. Racing at a turn number 4 now in the Outlaw class, closing off their 5-lap final. It's tight. Looks like Joe Schneider over the 19 of Plasky. Couple of number 18s on the track. I have one, Jason Zadroik out of Eagle River. Might have swapped. Yeah, that's right. Probably swapped Outlaws and didn't let the timing and scoring know. Well, that's tough, isn't it? When it comes to payout. Yeah, it sure is. All right. Well, it's now time for a Quebec's intermission break. We're going to groom the track for race 54. Don't forget to hang around in the grandstand just before race 54. We need you back because we have a fan appreciation draw. We'll give out free tickets. Right now, we've got the Snowcross for Veert Landscaping. Eight-lap final Snowcross race here for Veert Landscaping. The 54 is Julian Lavoie. Riding the 444 is Brody Love. The 256 Corey Perrant. 303 is Matt Meyer. Jack Desatels is on the 14. The 24 is Theo Lavoie. 40 is Ryan Kraus. 707 is James Clark. And starting in the back row, the 17 is Brandon Savage. Rylan Radish out of Flin Flon is on the 39. The 119 will be Cam Martins, and the 503, Andy Meyer. All right, our last Snowcross demonstration race, but this is for all the marbles. This is a super class to get into here for the general public. $1,200 for first, $700 for second, and $400 for third here. Lots of interest apparently in the pit area for next year in this class. This is something the average snowmobiler can get into. Also want to thank the Broken Head Power Toboggan Club for all of their support and track construction. $1,200 for first. Wow, it's pretty good dough. Quebec's intermission break going on right now. This race for intermission, our Snowcross event, and of course, race 54, our last two races for March here at the Co-op Community Complex. I want to thank everybody for coming out and supporting. All of you tuned in to cooldown.tv online, we do appreciate it. As our Quebec's group goes to work on the track. They want to get that thing perfect for the ProChamp final. We'll bring you the Snowcross here momentarily. This one's sponsored by Veert Landscaping. And here we go, we're racing. Uh-oh, big crash already. Rider's running to his sled right in front of traffic. He wants that 1,200. Pretty serious about winning that race. It looks like we got a yellow and maybe a complete restart. I think that's the 24 of Theo Lavoie on the 24 who ran across the track to retrieve the sled and almost got mowed over I guess $1,200 is worth 2 broken legs these days. Our Cubex crew continues to work the track for our upcoming ProChamp race brought to you by FXR. Want to thank some more of our great sponsors, including the town of Beausejour, RM of Brokenhead, Al Meisner Limited, Cubex, Fort Garry Industries, Westside Power Sports, Oak Bank Hearing Center, Lawson Pools, Century 21 Sun Country Realty, and Ron's Marine, along with White Chuck Carpentry. Also like to thank Beausejour Home Hardware, Access Credit Union, Twisted Tea, Moosehead, Cobra Enterprises, Beausejour GM, Beausejour Co-op, Beaver Truck Center, and FXR for all of their wonderful support. Going to try this one more time here in Snowcross for Veert Landscaping. Looks like everybody's ready. There's the green. See if we can do this a little cleaner this time. Looks like the 333 of Matt Meyer could be leading this one. Eight laps is the scheduled distance. Triple three is Matt Meyer, we're told. Leading on the Arctic Cat. 256 out there, Corey Prant. Looks to be about 4th right now here in this demonstration snowcross race. Lots of interest for more sleds next year here. Good racing action up front. The top 3 are real tight. $1,200 to the winner. As you can see during this grooming break, they are really taking down the track, making sure conditions are as good as possible for the ProChamp 440 race. There is a lot of snow and ice being displaced from this big half-mile oval. They are digging right in. Julian Lavoie is on the 54. That is the Arctic Cat. Lots of green out there today, no question about that. Don't forget, coming up before the ProChamp final, we'll be handing out free tickets for the Fan Appreciation $500 draw. White flag is out here. Looks like Brady Love on the 444 with a nice ride. Taking the Polaris around the track and to the flag. 444 Brady Love is going to win it. 54 up there as well, Julian Lavoie, but Brady Love on the 444 unofficially wins your Viert Landscaping Snowcross demonstration final. And of course, many thanks going out to the Broken Head Power Toboggan Club, Broken Head Trailblazers. Don't forget to check out their 50-50 cash raffle at rafflebox.ca. If you're interested in doing that snowcross, get on down to the pit area following the races and talk to Paul Viert and crew. They'll help you out. Tickets now being handed out for our fan appreciation draw. I think I saw Reed Baker. And he's got some helpers. That's awesome. So, if you want to come up to the grandstands for this 54th and final important race in the ProChamp class, you will get a free ticket. What we'll do is we'll run 15 laps, crown a champion, and then we'll give away the $500, do some interviews, and then of course head on over to the community hall. Tickets available for a great meal and the award ceremony that happening at the community hall following this race. Whoa, look at that. Sale ends in 19 minutes, huh? So people better hustle. If you're not in the 50-50 draw, here's the current pot. $15,900. So the winner gets half of that, which is right around $8,000. So grab your 50-50 ticket around the facility, over at the Moose Den, or online using the QR code. You cannot win if you're not in. You're right, Chris. You got it. Yeah, that'll pay for a tank of gas by the end of the week. right, just 15 minutes left to draw the 50-50. 15 minutes left. You want to get in pretty quick if you don't have a 50-50 ticket yet. All right, we are drawing closer to race 54, our final race of the day for FXR, the ProChamp 440 final for 15 laps. And of course, we have the $500 fan appreciation draw. Get your free ticket here in the grandstands and remain for the races. We will interview the 3 top riders following the checkered flag and then do the draw for $500. And the 50-50 draw is quickly drawing to a close. You'll want to get in on that. All right, we're going to go through this lineup as it's starting to snow, and we want to get this racetrack while it is in good shape and let these guys and gals get around. Here we go with race 54 in the ProChamp 440 final. The 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship is here. Out of West Chicago, Illinois on the 220, this is the Red Bull Skidoo. He has been fast all weekend long. This is the 220 of Gunnar Stern. The 31 is Will Garceau on the wall chassis out of Wisconsin, riding out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 28 is going to be Matt Gady on the Skidoo. And on the Wall Brothers Racing 111, this will be Tanner Foss, also racing for Wall Brothers Racing FXR. is the 102 Blaine Stevenson. The 79 is Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville. 27X, this is Spencer Landry out of New Hampshire. The 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. The number 9, this is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. The 8 is Travis McDonald getting to the front row through the last chance qualifier. On the back row, the 21, Tyler Obi. The 29, Ashton Christensen. Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin. The 35 is Dylan Barron. The 6, Gavin Peterson. And the 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde. It's time for the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. We're racing. Here we go down the back chute. 15 riders on the track for 15 times around. Gunnar Stern leading. Blaine Stevenson on the 102 being challenged by the 28 of Gady on the outside of the back chute. Last night's feature was tremendous. Look at the race for second and third right now. But Gunnar Stern has been unbelievable. .101 miles per hour on the previous circuit. As G-Money Gunnar Stern gets it wound up here for Red Bull. Gady trying to chase down the Wall Brothers 102. Foss is fourth on the Wall Brothers 111. About a half a straightaway now for Gunnar Stern. Gady into second, Stevenson in the third spot. .31 in the 111 fighting for position as Sabrina Blanchette gets off the 79 on the front chute. Gunnar Stern on the 220 is flying Gady, then Stevenson. Then the 31, that is Will Garceau. And the 9 in the fifth spot, Dane Klinger. Dane Klinger on the Team PDF sled. Team PDF out of Roseau, Minnesota, sponsored by Haugen Family Farms. Travis McDonald on the MPH Racing number 8, trying to gain some track position here. Gunnar Stern looking sharp. What a race for 5th and 6th here. We've got some great battles on the racetrack here. McDonald on the 8, gaining position here. Passing Klinger. Blaine Stevenson with a run into turn 3 as Gunnar Stern with a full straightaway lead. Blaine Stevenson into the second spot now. Gady to third. Barron and Obi battle at the back of the field. But Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, razor sharp. Will Garceau closing in now on the 28 of Matt Gady. Gady appears to be slowing as the 31 goes by. Travis McDonald's going to take a shot at the 28 now. Travis McDonald on the Bennett's number 8 goes on by. .31 of Will Garceau trying to close up on the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Race leader in turn 1. Will Garceau on by the 102. But here comes Stevenson right back. Great racing action with the 102 and the 31 going into turn 3 now. White flag for Gunnar Stern on the 220. Number 9, that is Klinger, stalled on the inside of turn 4. Gunnar Stern's going to win it on the 220. G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, takes the checkers. Blaine Stevenson, Garceau, and McDonald 4th. 5th, the 27X of Spencer Landry, Gady, and Foss. And then the 39 of Justin Peterson, followed by the 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde. Wow, what a great job by the 220 of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. We were talking about it in the booth before this race, and he seemed to be the guy that had the most speed all weekend long, and he proved it right there. All right, Gunnar Stern on the victory lap here, the 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois. We have Will Garceau, and of course, Blaine Stevenson here on the front straightaway. And here he comes into victory lane, Gunnar Stern on the 220. How about a hand for the top 3 here, ladies and gentlemen? Will Garceau on the 31, unofficially 3rd in this one. Let's talk about this race. Conditions changing right before the green flag. How do you adapt as a driver?
It's tough. The track is not snowmobile racing conditions, but we've had a great weekend. My biggest shout out goes to the guys in the trailer. I'm just the driver, so the sled's been fast all year actually, and it's up to me to put it out there for them. So just like thank all my sponsors, Champs, Premium Laminations, Gray Fox, Thor Industrial, Fairway Inn, Fox Hills, Boz Electrical, Thompson Machinery, 31 Real Estate. You know, good end of the year. Hopefully we can come back next year swinging. And I just want to give a shout out to Powered by Perry. He does all the drivetrain stuff on this sled, and it's fast. So thanks for all your fans coming out, and hope to see you next year.
Will Garceau, ladies and gentlemen, nice ride. While the Wall brothers, number 102 in the second spot. Big half-mile track. I know you love coming up here. Stern on the 220, just a little too quick in that particular race.
Yeah, he sure got out there a long ways. So, you know, it wasn't for lack of trying. We definitely tried stuff all weekend. A couple different sleds, different motor packages, just throwing everything we could at it. So I'm proud of our effort, proud of our season. This isn't the race that we wanted today, but we can hang our hat on a good year, and you know, we'll continue to work and come back stronger next year.
Who's the sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, everybody. First, big shout out to my mom and dad. Put a lot of time and effort into this, with taking care of the trailer at home, meals, being on the road as much as we are. Just appreciate them. I want to give a shout out to my wife, my baby at home. Miss you guys. I'll see you in the morning. And then everybody at Wall Brothers, Dermott for putting so much time and effort into my career. You know, we win together, we lose together, so it's a big family. And you know, single out Dermott in particular, he does a lot of stuff with our sled. He travels with us quite a bit. Jordan does a lot of work for us. Jeff, Terry in the shop, Dave and Dustin too, just always being in the other trailer, always being with us really, straightening me out and all that kind of stuff. Mary back at the shop, Brandon, everybody at Wall Brothers, just fantastic effort. I want to give a shout out to the Polaris guys, Tom Jr., Ben, Scotty, everybody in Roseau, just huge thank you to them. Both sleds have been really good. Our F3 is really fast, so just happy with the whole year. All of our other sponsors, Woody's Traction, FXR, 60 helmets, 2 Extreme Designs, World Tech, RCCA Co-op, Ultimax belts, Camso, everybody that's part of this, just can't thank them enough. And yeah, thank all the fans too. It's cool to come out to Beausejour and see the whole racetrack lined. There's a lot of space out here, so thank you.
Certainly a class act, Blaine Stevenson. Now we'll move to the champion here of the 64th, Gunnar Stern. Fast all weekend. You guys had it pegged.
Yeah, I mean it was a perfect weekend. Swept every race out here. It's I don't know. Me in this track, we just get along. We get along great. So you know, the sled works great here. It always handles great. It's super fast. You know, we got great engine power. Sled just rolls through the corners so fast and so smooth. Everything works out perfect here.
And 7-time now. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's I wanted to get it last year, but yeah, it's awesome. You know, I love getting wins here. I love racing here. You know, the fans always come out in droves. I love, you know, doing the checkered flag after the win, and everyone's cheering. It's awesome. I love coming here.
How about it, ladies and gentlemen, for Gunnar Stern on the 220, your champion. We're going to do the draw. How about we get Gunnar to do it? This is for the $500 draw. Fan appreciation draw. You like orange or yellow? How about the orange one? All right. Here's your winning number. Everybody ready? 8, 2, 5, 0, 2, 9. Somebody's happy up there. 825029. Reed will meet you up there. We're going to do our presentation down here. Want to thank you all for coming out, of course, to the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Oh, sure. Oh, you got one? Okay.
If any of you racers out there need carbides, I got a guy that sharpens. I got to give him a shout out. Dean Sybil, Carbide Sharpening. I have a whole bunch in the trailer if you want to stop by and purchase some. So hope to see you there.
All right. Thanks very much. We're going to head on over to the community hall very soon for a meal. Of course, tickets are available at the door for that. Hand out trophies and checks on behalf of the entire crew here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Thank you very much for coming out, and we'll see you in December for more ice oval action. Thanks for coming out.